Madam Clerk, you ready? North Smithfield Town Council meeting February 6, 2023. Madam Clerk, can you start us with an opening prayer and a pledge, please?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Bjerregaard?
Here.
Ms. Hamilton?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara? Here. Mr. Ogier?
Here.
Ms. Alves?
Here. Okay. First item on the agenda is presentation of citation for Austin Sylvia. Is Austin here?
That's not Austin.
All right, we'll put that for a little bit later in case he comes in a little bit late.
You want to do an open forum?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Open forum, did anyone? No? Did anyone want to speak at open forum? No? All right, let's go on to old business. Discussion by council vote or other action on status/progress report of completion of specific items. Discussion by council vote or other action on municipal building review task force, Mr. Nordstrom. Payment of invoice number 45792 to Tecton. Payment of number 45878 to Tecton. And contract amendment with Tecton.
Good evening. I'm just going to talk about the interim improvements, not talk about the meeting that we're having next week, right? So just as to bring some people up to speed about what's happened, a number of years ago, the town council asked the Municipal Building Review Task Force to do a study looking at replacement or renovation of the existing police station. Tecton Architects out of Hartford, Connecticut was hired. They did this study. Their existing condition assessment showed there were multiple deficiencies and concerns with the building. The town council was concerned about safety within the building, so the interlocal trust was asked to come in and do an assessment of the building. They followed up with a letter to the town administrator in January of 2022, and likewise they had concerns with some of the deficiencies, especially when it came to public safety. On June 30th, Town Administrator Zulinski, DPW Director Pendergast, and I had a Zoom call with Brad Weaver, who authored the original letter, because we wanted some guidance about how far we should go making improvements to the building. We explained where we were with the new police station, and he indicated, I want to get the exact wording, he indicated it was his opinion that the existing building was beyond repair. He was concerned with liability, especially the front face of the building, trip and fall hazards on the sidewalks, and leaks that were happening in the roof. So we went ahead and in September of this past year, the town council approved an $80,000 contract with Tecton to do design and oversee construction improvements. And again, these are temporary improvements. They're designed to get the building to the point where the new police station is built and then can be torn down. So anyways, with all that as background, what you have in front of you are 2 invoices, both in the amount of $16,800. And you can see in the attached billing that there's 3 tasks: design and documentation, bidding, and construction and administration. Invoice, you want to do them individually or both together, or?
We can do them individual.
Okay, so invoice 45792 is dated November 30th, 2022, and it's for about 30% completion of that first item, which is design and documentation. And it's in the amount of $16,800. Task force reviewed the billing and recommends approval.
Anyone want to make a motion to approve invoice 45792?
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve invoice number 45792 for Tecton Architects in the amount of $16,800.
Second motion?
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay, the second invoice is invoice number 45878, dated January 18th, 2023. It is again in the same amount, $16,800, which brings that first task, design and documentation, up to about 60% completion. And the task force reviewed this and recommends approval.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve invoice number 45878 for Tecton Architects in the amount also of $16,800.
Second motion?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay, so I think the last time I gave a brief report on this part of the project, I indicated that I think the next day that the structural engineer was going to come in and look at the building to see if anything had changed from his report, I think like 18 months before. We had our task force meeting on December 13th, and Tecton gave a verbal report about what the structural engineer's concern is. And so if you can imagine, the front part of the building, the roof and the front of the building are connected together like this, and their concern is that if a contractor started taking some of the brick away from the front of the building, that the whole side would collapse. So his recommendation was for the whole front side of the building on the interior to build structural wooden walls in the basement, in the first floor, and in the second floor. That way, the front of the building, that would support the front of the building and allow the contractor to do the work safely. We didn't see those plans and what it was going to look like until our last meeting, which was January 19th. And that was actually the first time we got to look at the structural drawings and see what it's going to look like. It's not pretty. It'll be about 2 feet inside the wall, and it'll stay there permanently. But luckily, it's not really going to jeopardize any space. There's some things that have to be jockeyed around on the basement. But again, it's a safety measure to make sure that nothing happens during construction. So we had virtually all the pieces in place except one thing. So we authorized Tecton to send the plans to their cost estimator to get a price. And they said that that's going to take a couple of weeks. So the other issue was asbestos. Now, there's an approved asbestos abatement plan approved by the Department of Health. That's probably like 2 or 3 years old. Most of the asbestos is in the back half of the building, but there are concerns about what's above the ceiling tiles, and unfortunately, they have to remove ceiling tiles to put in that support system. Patrick Emery did the asbestos removal plan. Haven't been able to get a hold of him. His voice box is full. And the sense that we get is he's like up to here with work. Tecton has an environmental firm, Fuss and O'Neill, that they're under contract with, and their recommendation was, you always want to go into a construction project in terms of asbestos with as many I's dotted and T's crossed, because if a contractor finds asbestos that wasn't shown on the plans, it stops the project. It's costly because they have to resubmit plans and you have to deal with the health department again. So the recommendation is to go in and do some testing just to be sure they can identify exactly where the asbestos is. There was some talk in that Emery report that there may be asbestos in the caulking around the windows. But he never tested that, so they want to do that type of testing. So the cost to do this is, would be an amendment for $7,500. And we were unanimous in the opinion that it's money well spent, because you don't want any surprises in construction. It's not a guarantee that something won't happen, but you certainly do a better job of protecting yourself. So that's the third item, is approval of an amendment to that existing contract for $7,500 to do asbestos testing, updating of the plan, and to help with the specifications.
Mr. Nordstrom, can I ask a question?
Yep.
How much money do we have budgeted to do all these repairs?
Last I knew, there was about $1 million left in the bond issue. I don't know who to look at, but
$1 million, give or take?
Yes, and there's also issues in this building. Yes, there's also issues in this building that parking lot, several things, ADA compliance has to be met. So we're gonna be drawing down on that to make this.
Okay, the reason I asked is because back when I was on the state police and they were redoing headquarters, they had the whole headquarters, troopers and the administration in double wides.
Yeah.
It's probably, wouldn't that be a lot cheap, now, just throwing this out there, wouldn't that be a lot cheaper if we set something up where we could put the department in double wides and just condemn the building? And then they could use the cells maybe, or work with something out with Woonsocket and use their cells until we get some.
I don't know if it's necessary right now, but I mean, it's certainly an option.
Because we're throwing a lot of money at a building we're gonna knock down.
That's true, but on the other hand, you have some liability issues, you know, the sidewalks, especially the handicap sidewalk is
Absolutely.
pitted out. There's leaks in the roof, and like I say, if you go by the front of that building and take a close look, you can see cracks from the top of the building to the top of the windows. So, yeah, but
I mean, we had
I don't-
detectives, SWAT teams, administration, you know, they could do it over there. It's a much smaller department than,
Yeah.
I don't know, just something, just putting it out there.
I had questions, so I wasn't involved in, can I do that?
Of course.
Thank you, 'cause you showed me that trick last time. So, are we not going out to bid on subsequent amendments? So, it looks like we're just going with Tecton, right? And,
Well, Tecton's the architect of
Tecton.
record.
okay, so are we going out to bid when we say we need asbestos removal, we need this, we need that? Or are we just assuming that they're giving us the best price?
They're giving us a good price. That's my experience
Right, but,
in dealing with it. And it's their subcontractor, so they're not taking any profit off the work that the subcontractor has submitted. And I would trust their judgment in terms of that the price they got from Fuss and O'Neill is a fair price.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that, we're using taxpayer dollars, right?
Yes.
And if we're going with recommendations that they provide and you feel comfortable, I guess that's okay, but my thought would be it couldn't hurt to go out to bid on these subsequent amendments that we have.
Okay, in this particular case, trying to get the project out to bid and get the work done in the spring, summer, when the construction season is good. So, things might have been different if they could have got a hold of Patrick Emery, although I'm sure he would have wanted to do the same thing, get additional testing done in that. But I mean, he would be the preferred person to use, but if you can't get a hold of him, you can't get a hold of him.
It is the one, but excuse me, isn't time of the essence at
Well-
this point? We have people working a building that shouldn't be in it.
That's the point I was trying to make. I mean, we're trying to get these interim improvements done to keep the building safe. And, any delay, that's why we actually authorized Tecton to go ahead and get the estimate from the contractor without that piece, the asbestos piece, because it was pretty minor compared to everything else that has to be done.
So the other issue you mentioned was sidewalks. Is that something we've got in the works for
Yes,
the
that's
spring?
included in the project. Yeah,
Okay.
sidewalk.
Handicap?
It's not a new roof, it's not roof repairs per se, but, there's a lot of drains in the roof.
Yep.
And the drains, drain the roof. There's a lot of leaks coming from there. So it's basically patchwork.
Yep.
And it's the old type of,
Yes.
right now, the way you generally do a roof is it's EDPM, and I'd be kidding you if I could tell you what that means. It's basically a rubber membrane. This is the old felt membrane with tar over it, and then they put rocks, ballast to keep everything in place. Yeah, it's almost an antique.
Yeah.
They generally don't do that anymore. So, probably more than you want to know, but
Yeah, no, I think the whole point is to make sure that we keep a tight an eye on how much we're spending. As you mentioned, Mr. Zwolensky, we will be needing to draw down on that for other things, so to keep an eye on where we are as we go along. That's why I was thinking if we could get other bids for things that would come in less, maybe that would help us and stretch our
yeah,
dollars.
we really went around on the approach to take. Originally, we were gonna just put it out in pieces.
Right,
But most of the work is interrelated, and you kind of can't take the front of the building down and not do something with the roof at the same time, so general contractor would be able to do that, and the sidewalk is not difficult work. And I would also emphasize that you're correct. One of the things that Brad Weaver from the trust told us is, don't throw good money after bad. Limit how much money you spend if the plan is to leave the building, so,
yeah, I think that's very important.
yes.
Keep it as safe as possible because we care deeply about our police officers and the safety of those people going in and out of the
That's right.
building. But I think we have to be very careful not to overdo it,
Right, right, and that was his words of caution,
Yeah,
so.
thank you.
Mr. Igliozzi, I just have a question. Doing contract amendments with Tecton, is this going outside the scope of works? Is it okay to do these types of amendments to the contract, or is it something we have to review, or?
I would think that you'd have to review them, depending how substantial the amendments are. But it's going to be hard. I think we ran into this issue before. When you have a contractor who has been, they went out to bid, you've got the contractor, they really are in the best position to continue the contract. You would never go back out to bid. I would review the amendments. The amendments, if they're making recommendation now, I would review them, but I would say to you that I can't believe you would do anything other unless you don't want to throw good money after bad, to quote the councilwoman.
Okay.
So anyways, the recommendation of the task force is to approve the approve the contract amendment and authorize the town administrator to sign it after it's been reviewed.
And Paul, I don't know if you agree with me or not, this committee has worked diligently to keep costs down, to give the town what they want, made changes after working very diligently on one area, and after going back, that I have a lot of confidence in them, and we've followed them for a while. They're very well qualified, and we're lucky to have them.
Anyone want to make a motion in regards to the request for the amendment to the Tecton contract?
I'll make a motion that we make a contract amendment not to exceed $7,500 to Tecton Architects and to authorize the town administrator to sign the document that's attached.
Second that
Second.
motion?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes?
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay, just a reminder, the workshop is a week from tomorrow. I'm inclined just to have no introduction or anything, just let Tecton go right into the presentation. If you want to, we can always add on our agenda, the task force agenda, an update on the interim improvements.
Isn't it next Wednesday?
Right,
Wednesday.
a week from this Wednesday, right, the 15th.
Okay.
And anyways, we can do an update as part of our agenda if you want to stick around after your agenda is completed, to find out where they are with the interim improvements and look at plans, and they can explain things quite a bit better than I can, so,
Okay, sounds good.
right?
Yeah.
So that's Wednesday, the 15th?
Mhm.
7:15. All right,
All right, great, thank you.
Thanks
yep,
very much.
no problem.
We're just going to move a few things around, so we're going to go down to new business F. Discussion by council vote or other action on update of Hollowell Review Committee. A, goals and direction of the Hollowell Review Committee. Mr. Biragad and myself sponsored that.
You want me to take it?
Yeah, sure.
So we were discussing this at the last meeting, at the last council meeting. I had mentioned that I thought that the Hallowell Committee had already given up the idea of putting up a brick and mortar, and they were more going to be focusing their attention on a nice outdoor facility, open space, what have you, pickleball courts, tennis courts, fix the basketball courts, walking trail. President Alves mentioned a jogging trail for possible cross-country meets. I think it's important that we refocus the committee on get away from a brick and mortar and focus, and it's not any less of an important objective to have a nice outdoor facility, open space for the town, instead of having a building. If we put a building up there, it's going to be millions of dollars, and it's going to be, we're not looking at doing anything for years from now. But doing an outdoor facility, it satisfies a couple of objectives. Number one, as what Claire was saying to me the other day, it also reserves a spot for a future school if necessary. Someday we're going to need another school, so now that means we don't have to go out and purchase more land. We have the open space at Hallowell. But more importantly, a nice outdoor facility with all these different things that you can take part in, splash pad, whatever have you, fix the courts. There's so many different things. A garden, so many different things that we can do with that property. Instead of putting a brick and mortar building, I think that's where we have to focus. I think that's where we have to direct the committee to focus on what can we do for open space on that property.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we've been talking about that for a while, that we don't foresee a building. And I know it's a 10-year plan, but I think we have to more or less focus on what we can enjoy now. You know, splash pad, ice rink, outdoor concerts. We can do the tree lighting there. There's so many, maybe Pumpkin Fest can go there. There's so many different options that we can do in that one area. So I think that, you know, we have the police station on our queue. Now we're looking at the, you know, multi-generational facility. I think there's only so many directions that the town can go in to actually do brick and mortar right now, and I just feel that we could still be utilizing that property and get the most out of it, and, you know, and kind of go that route for now. That's what my thought was. I don't know if anyone else has any other.
Well, there was one thing that the president and I agreed on, was that it's no less important of a task creating a beautiful outdoor facility than it is creating a building. So it's not a fail, it's not a lesser important objective, it's just a different objective. It's not any less important than putting up a building. Personally, I think it's even more important.
Can I say something? So when I saw this agenda item, I was a little confused. I thought we were going to continue the conversation with Hallowell and Scouters. I saw the Hallowell Review Committee narrowing the scope, which I know we did talk about the last meeting, and then I saw the Committee for the Multi-Generational Center potentially being formed. But when I just heard you speak, Mr. Biergott, I heard you also say that you had spoke to Claire the other day, and I just think we're playing with fire when we're having conversations behind closed doors. You know, this item was co-sponsored by you and Ms. Elves, and Ms. Elves and I sponsored a similar agenda item and had conversations about it. And I just think I do not want to see the town hit with an OMA. We have a potential to do something really great here when it comes to improving Scouters and potentially doing something with the Hallowell space. But I think, you know, we've talked about in other areas being above board and setting the example for the state. And I think we have an opportunity here to have these conversations above board. You know, it's a lot of money that's going to be used for Scouters. It's a lot of money that could be used for Hallowell. You know, I watched the Hallowell meeting on Thursday. I was unfortunately unable to attend, but they do live stream their meetings, and which was fantastic to hear the conversation play out. And the tone I heard was that they wouldn't want to go back to the drawing board on any new plan. You know, they feel like they've spent a lot of time and effort and energy, and it seems the direction that they were given was to run full speed towards building a new building, a senior center, multi-generational center, whatever we want to call it, town-wide space. And I think to now say, well, now that we have this grant, which is great, it's fantastic we have the grant, but to now narrow them in when we've had 2+ years to narrow their focus in, and we discussed at the last meeting that we should be narrowing their focus in maybe, so that they're not running blindly. I just think we'd be wasting their times, and we've done it in the past, whether it was a conservation commission or something like that, and I think now just to say, hey, you've spent 2 years of hard time, you've met with all these people, you've put together plans that can be plug and played within other projects in the town. You know, I just think it's unfair to them, because, you know, we do have spaces on Hallowell. We could amend their group and what it looks like and include multiple people in it, and I just think that maybe we shouldn't take that idea off the table. You know, this grant to improve Scouters says that we will start construction on 5/1. I haven't seen any plans. I haven't heard of any plans. I would think that the council at some point would be apprised to some type of plans. And so I just think we're already here in February. We've seen how long it takes the police station to get up and going. We've seen how long it takes to get things moving at Hallowell. I just think we're going to have a real hard time getting things started by 5/1 and with a finish date of 5/24. So I don't think we should take the idea of Scouters and Hallowell off the table and repurposing that committee, but that's just where I stand on it.
I think it's 2 separate agenda items you're talking about, right?
I think it came out of one agenda item is what I'm saying from last meeting.
Okay.
But I do think that it is an important conversation, and I'm happy that people are putting in the time and the effort. I just think that if the council wants to have subgroups meet with multiple people in town, et cetera, that the council should be able to weigh in like we've done. When I was on the council the first time, we formed a subgroup that allowed people to meet and talk and report back. I think there's value to that, because then you can get the whole council's collective thought at the meeting, and then take that into an individual meeting and then report back like other councils and committees do. That's all.
If
I
can
have one
just-
thing to add to that, please.
Go ahead.
First of all, I think that committee knows that they always have had my complete support. We're so lucky to have men and women on committees that are so well-versed in that area. And as far as behind closed door, it's called shooting the breeze. What can we do? We don't have the funding to utilize that land at a minimal amount of money. That's all it was. Trust me. You could never get a hold of him, he's always working anyway, so what can I say? It was not a set plan. We know how funding is. If we were in a city, we could not go to the next street. But we're a small community, we do not get inner city funding. We do not have the tax pool, and we're working on that to get more business and be business friendly. We're not Lincoln, who has a track. We're not Cumberland, that has quite a few big tax sources. We're North Smithfield. And maybe in the past, we've been penny wise and pound foolish. We didn't want our town to change. But if we're gonna pay the bills, we have to make accommodations.
Can I say one thing? And I'm not saying it's anything intentional.
love you, but-
No, I'm not saying anybody would do anything like intentional or anything like that. I'm just saying, I just think we always, you know, this council has always been trying to advocate that it's an open, transparent council. And I just think it's just something we all have to be conscious of, you know? You know, I know it's something I'm always conscious of. If I have a conversation with another council member, I will let them know, hey, I can't talk, because I know the OMA is a very strict state law, and I don't know if David has any input on any of that, but, you know, I just think it's just something we should all be conscious of. Not that anybody would do anything malicious. That's not what I was going for.
Mr. OJ, I'm familiar with the rules, and Ms. O'Hara and I never actually had a conversation like what Kim Alves and I were discussing, but she has made it very clear over the last couple of years, not in a private conversation, but just in general, has made it very clear over the years that she thinks that spot should be reserved for a future elementary school, and that's what I was referring to. And secondly, you say it wouldn't be fair to the committee after the 2 years. I don't know what would be what would be less fair. Either letting them continue to go down a road that was just not gonna happen. There's not gonna be a building put up there for years. Is that less fair than telling them, okay, let's work on something that we can do instead of something that we probably can't do? If you think it's fair to let them keep going down the road to put up a building, then fine, let them keep doing it. But it's not gonna happen for at least 10 or 15 years. So why not do something with that space now?
I'm not gonna debate. I think you missed what I was saying. The council formed the Hallowell Review Committee under your council, Mr. Bjorgad. And during that whole time, I watched every meeting. There was discussions on what to do, master planning. I know that they've been trying to advocate for a master plan. I think Jeff should be able to speak as the chairman of that committee. And they've been trying to advocate for a master plan in some type of plan or direction. We discovered last meeting, they felt like they haven't had a clear focus. And I'm not disagreeing that open passive space, I totally agree that spot should be used for open passive space. When I was on the council and we had the whole thing at Hallowell in March, right before the pandemic, I even said, open space is perfect for this. You could put walking trails. In my hometown, you have like little walking trails with exercise things and all that. I'm not disagreeing with that idea. I just think that we've had enough time to say, hey, Hallowell, focus on open space only, and then we can come back to another conversation. We never really came up with a clear project plan. We almost let the committee try to come up with the project plan, and now we're trying to rein it in at the idea of forming another committee, which I know on the council here, there's always sometimes pushback. Do we need another committee? And so I'm just trying to think of a way that it's fair, leveraging the synergies that we have with multiple committees. I mean, we could do something with the MBRTF and Hallowell, you know, form that and include membership of areas where we feel like it's deficient. I just think that we should just look at all options before we're determining if it's a new committee or if it's repurposing an existing committee, and that's all I'm trying to get at. Because time is of the essence here.
Can I ask a question, just being the new kid on the block here? So, are we trying to change focus because we have another opportunity for a multi-generational center? Is that why we're focusing?
No.
So I guess my next question is, okay, so if we were to have passive recreation, if we were to have anything in that area, that still takes money. Right, so where are we getting that money? What I don't understand is the lack of coordination of all these things that are happening. That scares me, because that can get out of hand very quickly, and taxpayer dollars are spent before we know it. One of the things that I do know is that the grant that we have made application for at Scouters, which is the multi-generational, right, is we still need to actually do a full-blown grant application, okay? And that's true, right, Mr. Zelinski?
Systems award management has to be fulfilled. Systems award management has to be fulfilled.
Right.
Town planner's on that, the deputy, assistant planner, we're awaiting that paperwork.
Right.
So
Right.
when that paperwork comes in, then we go in and apply.
So then you have to actually make application for the 4 million that's been allocated, right? And then you have to have some kind of engineering,
That's correct?
not necessarily shovel-ready, but at least to make some overtures that we're looking at building, right?
That's correct.
And the 5-1 that you're talking about, 5/1/23 to 5/1/24, that's the time frame within which this allocation has to be utilized?
Not sure if that's gonna be a drop dead date of 5/1/24, but that's what's written.
Okay, and the other thing is, if we expend funds right now to do some engineering, which I think we should be getting started on it, if we are going to do this, is it a reimbursable?
It could be, because we don't have all of the details yet.
Okay.
It is coming, supposedly within 30 days. I can tell you that, like everything else in government, it takes time. So once we have that, we'll have multiple
Right.
pages of this detail work that has to be gone through, which Mark Carullo and Bobby Monaghan are gonna look through. Because if we went out for a grant writer to do this, this would be costing us
Right.
thousands of dollars for the follow-up reporting work. Who better to do it than someone that's in the department that knows, would be fielding the questions from a
Right.
grant writer?
And I believe they're gonna give you a grant manager also?
I'm sorry?
Usually the feds, when the federal government gives a grant, they usually provide a grant manager. Will they
Absolutely,
provide
yep.
you that? Okay. So I guess my question is, we're talking about committees here. We should be talking about shovels in the ground. We should be talking about taking some constructive steps toward getting this underway, or else it's just a dream, right?
But we're
Well,
not
you have
talking
two
about that.
things.
We're not,
It's
what
two-
we're talking about, we're on F. What you're talking about and what Doug's talking about is I, about the multi-generational committee, and that's why I'm getting a little confused here. We're talking about the Hallowell committee.
Well, no, because I think the Hallowell Committee originally was charged with that, correct? And that's something that so that's why I'm asking. I'm confused as to why we're refocusing their efforts to
They were
open
charged
space.
With what?
Senior center.
No, we never voted on that.
So how did the committee
That- well,
form?
Well,
Oh, that, we know, we
What was
never.
in the?
Oh, you mean the senior
Yeah,
center
what's
down
in
in
the
Hallowell?
charter, yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right, because we did send out a survey, people did respond to it, there seemed to be a general consensus that, that's what we wanted over there. So I guess I'm confused as to why we're refocusing effort at the Hallowell site right now, right? Why can we not let them continue with a brick and mortar building?
At Hallowell.
That is something that we could utilize. It doesn't have to be a senior center, it doesn't have to be, so the one we've got right now coming up at Scouters Hall is not just a senior center, right? It's multi-generational, meaning it's scouts.
Correct.
In there, so I guess my question is, do we make that decision as to what goes up at Hallowell, or do we put it out to a vote to people? Do people need to give us more information before he's got his hand up?
Do we want, someone want to make a motion to open up the floor for discussion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
All right. Jeff Porter, Chairman of the Hallowell Review Committee. I'm going to make some clarifications on some statements that have been made tonight. Number one, We have never made just the outright recommendation that we are just doing open space. That has never been the recommendation. That has been part of our recommendation. That's been part of our report that we showed back in June. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. We've also said that we do not expect that the brick and mortar building is going to be in the next couple of years. We understand that this is a 5, 10, 15, even 20-year process. What we have been asking to do and move forward with is a master plan. A master plan to figure out what kind of stuff of open space are we going to do in that phase 1. Phase 2, if there is going to be facilities to service that open space, or if it's going to be a larger facility that we may have found that we need. Phase 3, the sky's the limit here. The reason why we've been asking for the past year and a half to move forward with the master plan is to identify all these things. I believe during our meeting with the council, at our last joint meeting, Mr. Vadney brought up the fact that that we may need a school there. That could be included in said master plan. So none of these, I understand we want to take care of short term, get things done right now. I'm grateful for that. I hear that. But we've been constantly arguing that we need to have a master plan set forth for the property as a whole. I understand that there's short-term goals that this council wants to do open space with. Great, let's focus on that. But before we can focus on that, we need to do the master plan to make sure the splash pad, the facilities that we put down there don't have to get torn down to make place for something that's going to be in phase 2. We want a full comprehensive look at this property from start to finish. And with that master plan comes pricing. So we can present to you folks, whether that master plan is completed during this council's term or the next council's term, we can bring to the dollar amounts to this council and say, hey, we're looking at potentially putting a bond out or going out for grants for $5 million to do open space. Okay, great. That can be budgeted for. We can plan with the administrator. We can plan with planning and grant writers to get that all squared away. And then phase 2, okay, that's going to be another 5 years out. So we need, again, we'll look at our bond rating, look at grants, what opportunities that are out there. Maybe we'll get lucky like the Scouters Hall situation and get something from the federal government. So while I understand there is a need right now, completely agree, we also need right now is a master plan to set the whole thing in motion. If we want to piecemeal things, fine, that we can do that. We still need architects and engineers to figure it out, and we still need money for it to do that. So what we have been asking for the past year is the ability to do that. So I just want to make sure that when you guys are looking at our objectives and our goals as we move forward, at the previous council allowed us to put the RFQ out for master planning. The deadline was this past Tuesday. We've received 2 responses from 2 highly qualified firms. And quite frankly, I'd like to let them know if the council is going to move forward in master planning or not, because I want to be able to respond to them and say, certainly thank you for responding to our request for qualifications, but if we're not going to be moving them forward, then like everyone's been saying, we don't want to be wasting anybody else's time. This committee has collectively spent over almost 800 hours on this project for the past 2 years. If you were to put that at a billable rate, that would come close to over $200,000. I just want to put that in perspective for you, that the nine-member board that we have had for the past 2 years has spent that much money if we were going to give you guys the bill. So there is, a value to the amount that the committee has put forth towards this town. And this committee wants to make a positive impact on this town. We understand that Scouters also has the ability to house some senior space. That was only one portion of our survey. That was one portion of the survey. There are other spaces that are needed in this town. Right now, I can speak from experience. We need some basketball courts. My son had practice Monday nights. We had snow days, we had holidays. I tried reaching out to get some more practice time for them. Unfortunately, the only times that they were able to accommodate us were from 8 to 9. And I don't know how many of you have first, second, and third graders, but 8 to 9 really isn't the best time for practice. So there's just, I think there's we're still very much looking at the big picture. There's little parts of the picture that we can be looking at, certainly, but we want to get the master plan big picture taken care of first before we start doing open space, brick and mortar. We may even find during this master plan that we just need restrooms down there, a place for the community garden to house their tools, and, you know, there's just further investigations that need to get done. So while I appreciate the fact that, you know, there's certainly a lot that can go down there, but we want to be looking at this at a full, comprehensive look. We can't be doing it piecemeal. So I just want to make sure that everyone has fully understood where the Hallowell Review Committee stands with everything, all of our efforts that we've presented to the council to date. So I'm also here to, you know, answer any further questions as I'm here. Our Secretary, Scott Savini, is also here. I was hoping that a few more members would join us tonight, but unfortunately they had some prior commitments. But, you know, as Doug said, if any of you, the rest of you have watched our latest meeting, we're here. We're in it for the long haul, but we want to do something positive. And we feel like we are getting strung along a little bit here because we were allowed to go out for the request for qualifications. If you didn't want us to do that for the master planning, then we should have been told, you know, 2-3 months ago. We don't want you to go out for request for qualifications. So I just, you know, and I hear we support you. We appreciate all the work we do. So I would just like to kind of keep moving along, because otherwise, unfortunately, I think you can all hear it in my voice, in the committee members' voices, the frustration, because we've been saying this is the direction and this is our objective that we'd like to move forward with, and we're met with, well, you're doing a great job. Okay, but we're ready to go to that next step. So that's what I have for tonight.
Jeff, first of all, I think you're doing a great job personally. I think you're an asset to the town and to your committee, okay? But things evolve. I think, you know, as you go along, realities change. And I think the reality at Hallowell is that, and it's no offense to you, but the reality of Hallowell is that property would make a beautiful location for an outdoor facility. And did I agree 100%? I agreed early on, you know, when we first sent out for the original, who was that?
Weston and Sampson.
Weston and Sampson. I was all in favor of that. But my opinion has evolved on this issue. I'm not saying that it's any less important, because I don't think it is. I think it's just as important, if not more so. So it's no slight to you or your committee that I personally have changed my opinion of what should be done down there. I think it should be an open facility. And not putting a building there does not mean that it's any less important, and that your job and your committee's job is any less important. You know, because I don't know what should go down there. That's you know, or exactly how it should go, or where it should all be placed, and how everything should be laid out. But I just don't believe that it's realistic to think that we're going to put up a building there someday. And if we do, it'll probably be a school.
Jeff, I just want to say, I mean, I wanted to put that direction out because I felt like you kept saying, you know, you guys are getting stagnant, you know, you need to know how to move forward. As long as you know that there could not be a building for many, many years, and that we're working on the development of that area, then I'm happy for Hallowell Development to keep working. But I just wanted you to know that, and I know you've said it before, that, and you've said it a few times tonight, that it's not for like 5 or 10 years, or maybe more, that a building, but if we can utilize that space, because right now it's doing nothing for the town. It's an eyesore, it's a liability, you know, like, we definitely need to do something, but as long as you know, your group is willing to continue on that route, knowing that we're gonna just utilize the grounds right now and not build, and then, and who knows, maybe we will build, who, you know, like you said, we could get a grant for something else, or, but,
And that's why I always come back to, and I feel like I might be blue in my face a little bit, but this is why I always come back to the master plan. The entire town has a comprehensive plan that outlines what's gonna happen in town for the next 25 years. This would be a same situation, but for a smaller parcel. Being on the planning board, understanding what that comp plan involves is what I bring to our committee, and I've shared that with our committee, the comprehensive plan. So, you know, I understand schools might need to be down there, so we allocate the space for it. We do massing models to show, okay, this is where the school could potentially go, and here's where the outdoor ice rinks are gonna go, and here's where the splash pad's gonna go. But there's a list of so many other things that this town is lacking, that other towns have, that could go down there. And I'm not in disagreement that it should be utilized for open space right now. Totally should be. But that's not to say there could be the potential for something to be built down there. And we should be able to plan that out. And that's all that we're asking to do, is be able to have the ability to just plan it out. If it gets done, it gets done. If not, it's the future council's prerogative, future Hallowell Review Committee's prerogative to make those recommendations. But at least we have a plan for the next, generation or so of what's going to be down at that property. Because otherwise, we're just going to let it stand there, and the buildings are just going to fall into decay, and nothing's going to happen. So that's why, and if it's the council's direction that, phase one, absolutely, open space. Fine, that's, like I said, totally in agreement with it. It's the easiest thing to get done. But if we're talking about a school to be down there, if we're looking at, population growth, if we're looking at all of these other factors, all the things that this town is lacking, that we can accommodate down at a property that we don't have to purchase, but we only have to take care of construction costs, then that's going to be included in the master plan. It's not to say that it has to be followed year by year. It's a roadmap that we can take it at our own pace, similar to the comp plan. It sets forth goals and objectives, and it evolves over time. So if, 5 years down the road, Scouters Hall is taken care of, has the space for seniors, has a space for Scouters, it's all evolved by that point, then we take that into consideration and revise the master plan. Master planning does not mean that it's just one and done. I've gone through many, many iterations of many towns' master plans for schools, libraries, higher ed, what have you. And they always get changed to meet what the council desires are, to meet what the town desires are, the community. So, again, I'm just trying to explain that once we do a master plan, it's not done and over. It's not set in concrete. So that's really it.
Jeff, I have agreed with you right from the beginning about the master plan all along, and that's what I'm saying when I feel there's little coordination. This would provide me with peace of mind that there's some coordination in that project. Even putting in a walking path, I know we had done one back of Pacheco, we got a $400,000 grant. I mean, it's $400,000 grant to clear brush for a little thing, it blew my mind. So everything is very expensive. Even putting in, things that we think, and we were discussing earlier, sometimes we have these great ideas on how to do this, but then implementing them is much more difficult. I feel it's really important to have a plan that is flexible, like you said, if the community wants something different, then we can look at it then. But we don't have a plan, we have ideas. We all want wonderful things for the community, but we want different things. But somebody has to pull it all together and make sure that it's feasible. And I think a master plan is the only way to go.
Okay. Can I say one more thing? And so, Jeff, just real quick, do you think, actually not to Jeff, sorry, I thought of something different. I don't think anyone also, we don't know, and piggybacking off what Jeff was saying, a master plan would also let us know what kind of building could go down there. You know, it doesn't necessarily, it sounds like it doesn't necessarily would need to be a $20 million building like we've talked about, the police station or something like that. It could be a smaller building used to serve a need for recreation, or, you know, if we're gonna make Scouters into a more senior Scouters type facility. You know, like we talked about the last meeting, maybe just narrowing their focus in terms of what kind of building it is. You know, it could be a space where maybe you could rent it out and you could collect revenue off it to help pay for some of the expenses that occurred during the building or whatnot. You know, it could be a low revenue maker. So I think, you know, I do agree with what Jeff has been saying, and I agree that this town does lack certain amenities that you do get in almost any other town. And so I think we just shouldn't be so closed-minded to shut off one idea because we have another idea right in front of us. And I just think I would support a master plan, and I would just support a more thorough conversation in terms of what we're doing from a planning perspective, in terms of, you know, maybe we need to have a joint meeting with, you know, the MBRTF, Hallowell, if this new committee's formed, in terms of what, and with the planner, in terms of what does the building future look like for North Smithfield 5-10 years down the road. I mean, you know, we have the Municipal Buildings Review Task Force, then we have Hallowell, which is focused on a municipal building, and now we're gonna form a potential another committee to focus on municipal buildings. Kind of getting a little redundant here. They all serve very critical, they all have a very important focus and a very important mission. But to what Councilwoman Hamilton said, it seems like we're all, and what you said, Jeff, we're all operating in kind of like piecemeal. We're trying to put the puzzles together, pieces, and, you know, they're all not kind of lining up right now.
And last but not least, Jeffrey Porter, I have listened intensely to every word you put forth tonight. From day one, I was impressed, and I told you, and I said, the time you're spending, count it up, and you came to me and said, I can't believe it was that much time. We, most of your crowd here, may not see a lot of it, but our children and grandchildren will. It's important. The master plan is the way to go with flexibility. Bring it up as soon as it's ready, and knowing you, you probably go home and have it done in a week or so. But I thank you. I believe in everything, and the intensity that this crowd listened shows you that means something to them as well. And I could tell on your expression, you were, and I'm saying something, I was afraid that you would say, hit the door, Jack, and I'm saying, oh my God. But you've done a great job. Bring it forth. Any plan has to have flexibility. And maybe as you get older, you're not quite as flexible, and you look for concrete right away. But you'll have my support. And I'm looking at people here, and I think you'll have all their support.
Well, I certainly thank you and I can speak for the committee that they would also thank you for that support as well. I think, or I know, what I would like to see tonight, because you do have it on your agenda to a vote for this evening, because I do want to let those applicants know if this council is serious or not about moving forward with a master plan. And as I've said, and it's as has been said tonight, that I would not like to see any time wasted. And if it needs to be a separate council agenda item for the next meeting, it can certainly be that. But I would like to be able to at least give the applicants the professional courtesy to let them know if we are going to be, if we should even take the time to review the applications and score them and make recommendations, or if it's just going to be all for naught. So I would like to, I know our resolution has been amended quite a few times to oversee quite a few additional items, but the execution of an RFQ and the awarding of an RFQ has not been part of our resolution to date. So if it's the council's pleasure, because it is on the item for discussion and vote on our objectives and goals, I would certainly say that our objectives are part of our resolution. So I would encourage you guys to have that vote tonight. So then that way, we can have a direction one way or the other.
Can I ask a question on that note? You know how these things work better than I do, but if we had a master plan, and the master plan and the long-term plan, long-term goal was to show the building down there. In the short term, could that prevent us from doing some stuff that we want to do? For instance, could they say, you know what, we really can't, we'd like to put an ice rink down here, but we can't put an ice rink because it's going to be, someday we're going to put a building over here.
No. It's looked at a full, from mile high in the sky perspective. So if there's talk that we're going to put an ice rink down there, an indoor ice rink, that's, well, outdoor, indoor, pool, whatever is decided upon, it's planned for. So then that way, phase one, when we're doing our walking trails and our community gardens and basketball courts and outdoor ice rinks, nothing is put there. All the infrastructure to service that splash pad is put there, and it's there. That's it. And then 15, 20 years down the road, if there's going to be an additional building down there, well, that's been planned for because it's going to go on the other side of the property away from the wetlands and looked at a full comprehensive look.
So, Mr. Igliozzi, does that fall under this, this agenda item tonight to vote on or to request the master plan to go forward, or?
Well, it's direction. I mean, there's no money associated with that vote.
Right.
There's no money associated with that. That's strictly a function of the council. I think they're just asking to continue the process of the, I guess, receiving the RFQs.
And you've received some of my emails where I've recommended where budgeting may come from. I'm still going to leave that up to you because money is not on our purview. Money is your prerogative. But as I have stated, it is likely going to be a contract that's negotiated with an architectural firm. Probably should be around $120,000 for a good one, $150,000 if we're getting a great one. However, we're also approaching budget season, so we could look to split that money. I understand that there's monies involved with the decommissioning that was used for the Weston and Sampson report. We could take a chunk of those monies from that decommissioning. I understand that we also have the money for the demolition and the abatement. I understand that what's set aside is nowhere near enough to take those buildings down. So that's going to need to be looked at the next budgeting cycle as well. Being on the planning board, having the budget be the first stop for the planning board, those are going to be very strong recommendations that I make during the planning board review. That the demolition and abatement is budgeted for, and then if the council is so inclined to split some of the decommissioning costs to cover the initial master planning, we can budget for the other half. This master plan, it does not take 2 or 3 months. This is a 8 to 12-month process. So it is not a quick thing. It is a very involved, in-depth review of the town's comprehensive plan, the town's needs. We'll be putting out additional surveys. We'll be talking with more people. The mini charrette that we had with Weston and Sampson, that's really just the beginning. So we are fully intending to have at least 3 or 4 more community input charrettes where they're held. It can be, wherever. We've also requested that part of the expectation that in the RFQ is that, you guys can meet with I know that was a big thing with Weston and Sampson, that the consultants didn't come to you guys to explain everything all the time. So we made sure that expectation was there, that at least once every other month that they are coming here to give you a status update. So we've learned quite a bit with the Weston and Sampson contract, and we're going to be applying that to the master planning aspect of things. So again, just simple suggestions from an architect on budgeting, where the money comes from, but I'm going to certainly leave that up to you and the interim finance director, the administrator. But I've been trying to think creatively of how we can get this done, because as I said, and as we've said in the past, getting a grant for a master plan is very, very difficult because they want to see the plan and they want to see commitment from the town on it. So once we have the master plan, that opens up the door up for grant application opportunities as well.
Is it easier to get a grant for open space than it would be for said building, or does it?
It depends on the timing, because I know DEM certainly provides open space grants quite frequently. So we could certainly use the portion of the master plan to apply to the DEM for that open space. And I think in some of our other grant research that we did find that, you know, as long as we have a plan to move forward and it shows commitment and there's potential budgeting for it, then yeah, it makes things a lot easier. But without that initial document, it makes it an uphill battle for us.
And now would your committee be able to write the grants? You guys could do that, right? Or some of it, or?
We could take the master plan that we have, and we could certainly do the research. I'm not sure how much time everybody else has outside of their committee assignments, but, you know, I understand that we might be looking at grant writers. I know Bobby Moynihan was certainly very successful with the Scouters Hall federal grant, so
Okay.
it all depends on timing, when the money is available and what kind of money it is and when that money needs to be spent. So all sorts of, a lot of
Moving parts?
moving parts, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. Sure.
Well, just one more question. I understand the need for the master plan, but if we hire an architect,
Mhm.
they're gonna ask a lot of questions because they wanna know which direction to go to. If they think our ultimate goal is to have a building there, then it's gonna affect how they do their master plan, doesn't it?
No, we explained it.
As an architect,
Yeah. I'm not, so that's why I'm asking, so.
we look at a lot, as Council President said, a lot of moving parts. There may be the possibility of a building, but in master planning, that's not the definitive, that's not, oh, we're gonna put a building there, so we have to design everything around it. No. That's not what we do. We hear every aspect that needs to be in, we hear what the priorities are. And right now, it's very clear that the priority is not a building, but the priority could be a future school. We take all that information in and look at it, and then plan accordingly, and then present options. That's the other thing that's coming with this master plan and presenting to you and presenting to the Hallowell Review Committee. We get options. And we can say, just like we did with Weston and Sampson, they gave us 5 options. We recommended option 5 be the one that we try to stick with, because that seems the most feasible and most cost-effective. However, they could come up with, you know, 4 or 5 different options on how this whole property lays out, whether it be building, no building, some buildings, few buildings, large building, school, library, ice rink, what have you. So just because we're talking about a brick and mortar building doesn't mean that the whole property is going to revolve around that brick and mortar building. They're going to hear the community and the other priorities that are put in place. So that we have like I said, we're looking a mile above. We're not looking at the square inch on the property. We're looking at very high level stuff. You're welcome.
Good evening. Ray Pendergast, Public Works Director. I think the answers have been thrown out in the last half hour here. You have time. 20, 25, 30 years. I think I heard that like many times. As anything in my departments that I need money for, I have to go through a process. The process is the capital budget or the operational budget. So, not to say that you don't need a master plan, you do. Do you need it tomorrow? No. You can probably start it July 1st, when the new budget cycle starts. So if there's a number that we need for a master plan, then I would suggest that committee sit down with the budget committee or the planner and put a budget in place for that, as I'm going to do for the liability that we have at Hallowell that's dragged on for 4 years. and that's the abatement and demolition of those buildings. With the reports that we have done, we're estimating $1.2 million to take those buildings down properly. And that number could be higher, and it could be maybe a little lower. Right now, we're sitting on reserve money in the bond of $384,000 and some other reserve money for $66. Every meeting I come to, and I sit here, and people request $10,000, $60,000, $120,000. That reserve money is going to dissipate. So therefore, I still can't take down the major liability we have in town that nobody wants to talk about, is taking the buildings down. Before we can put any thought into what you want to do down there, you got to take the buildings down. I've got the gas shut off. I've got the water shut off. I had to reroute the water so that we could keep water for the fire hydrants in the event that there is a fire down there. There's still things that we have to put in play. But like I said earlier, there's a process. I'm going to be sitting down with the planner, and we've already talked about this, on how we're going to accomplish coming up with $800,000 to take these buildings down. There's only so much reserve money we have. That money can't go to a master plan this month. That money has to go my way to take those buildings down. That's the first step. Everything else is secondary in my eyes. And I sit here, and it just keeps getting pushed off and pushed off. That's my suggestion, that's my recommendation, that if this committee wants money, sit down and do it the right way. Don't keep coming every month to the council asking for $60,000 or $10,000 or whatever it is. Because I'm not asking you tonight for $800,000. I'm putting it through the proper process, which is the capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may respond to that, please. I was here. I did go through the process at the planning board, and I requested $120,000 be put aside for the Hallowell master plan. That got cut during the administrator's review to $60,000. That then got cut down to $0 through the budget committee review. I then came to all the budget committee meetings as a representative of the Hallowell Review Committee and said, we are ready to move forward. Could you please look at this? And we were met with a 0. So, Mr. Pendergast, I understand the reason why I come every other week to these council meetings asking for more money is because we were originally denied. However, my committee wants to move forward. We cannot move forward, as you cannot move forward with the demolition, which we recommended to do a year and a half ago at a joint meeting. So, this is where we stand. I understand Mr. Pendergast's issues, but I also understand our own. So, all due respect, Mr. Pendergast, I did go through the process. I went through that process, and I was met with 0. You got money for your budget.
It happens.
So, unfortunately, we have a group of 9 people, well, now 7 people, that would like to move forward. So that's why I continually am asking for at least a very small drop in the very big budget bucket to move us forward. Thank you.
Just to speak about budgeting, and I was on the budget committee, and we had questioned if ARPA funds or like federal money could have been spent for that purpose, since it seemed to would have checked all the objectives and to spend that money, which wouldn't have been we pay it because it's federal money, but it wouldn't have come from the town. So that was the justification there. I do support a master plan. I think we have to give them some type of clarity, whether that's today or tonight. I don't really know what we would be voting on tonight. This has kind of been a very ambiguous conversation. I think we should probably, I hate to use the phrase, but push it off to the next meeting, just so that we can have a more intentional conversation. I would totally support an hour moving forward with a master plan. I think it's been needed for a long time. If we had just done it a while back or found a way to budget it at least a while back, maybe this year we would have finally had the funds. Because, when you kick the can down the road, eventually you're going to have to make a decision, and, we don't want to string people along and then say, sorry, and that was never really the objective.
And I think that's the point I was trying to make, that I don't think anybody here tonight is saying no. I think what you're saying is, okay, 19 years I've been here, and people have told me no many times. No, you can't have this truck. No, you can't have $1 million to pave. No, you can't have this. There are priorities, and there's only so much money that you can dole out so that the taxpayers aren't burdened. That's the process. And I live that process every day. And so when I do my due diligence and I do my homework and I go before the budget committee and I go before the planning board, and it's not recommended that something moves forward, I put my big boy pants on and I say, thank you very much. I'll be back next year. And that's what I do. If it's something that I feel you have to fight for, then you fight for it. We all get said no. It happens. So now, for whatever reason, money wasn't there or it wasn't a priority at that point, it may be a priority at this budget cycle. So now, the planning board, I would assume if it's a $60,000 expenditure, it's going to go to the planning board, and then ultimately to the town council in June. That's the process. All I'm saying is, I only have so much money to take these buildings down, and it just keeps, little by little, it's dissipating, and I can see where it's going.
And that's why at the last meeting I asked if we can get a quarter-to-date analysis of where we've spent in terms of the budget. I think as a town, we need to be better at finding out how are we spending in track to budget. You know, everyone talks about the budget. The budget's probably one of the most important things that the council does. And then we don't really kind of focus on it until you get to June or May, and then, you know, the budget committee goes through their process a little earlier, but no one really starts tuning in until May or June.
Right.
And you have all this creep of money that's been spent throughout the year, and we have the money, you know, we have the fund balance, but, you know, how are we allocating money? How do we prioritize special projects? Is it budgeted this year, next year? I feel like those conversations need to be more entwined as we're making them in the moment, so that, you know, to kind of speak off of what Jeff was saying, and, you know, we need to be able to realize, okay, well, you know, we can't do it this year, but maybe 3 years from now, but maybe we'll budget $20,000 every year, so that when we get to year 3, it's a full go. It's not a $60,000
Right.
ask.
And that's why I'm trying to just kind of put this in perspective here. I mean, I do this with the capital every year. I mean, I need a new backhoe, I need this. And what we do is we put $90,000 aside each year, and we build that up so that we can purchase that $300,000 piece of machinery. So therefore, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, the budget process started now. It has started. And this is the time for that committee, if they feel they need money, this is the time to do it. And then we all get our results. It's like a ball game. You get the results at the 9th inning. Well, June 30th is the 9th inning. That's when you find out if, in fact, your project is deemed worthy of getting something. That's how I look at it. But I do my homework all year to get to this point where I have to put my homework on paper and present my cases to everyone and ultimately to the town council. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we, Madam Clerk, can we put this back on the agenda? Well, we have them on every other week, every meeting, right? Okay, so if we can put it back on for the first meeting in March, and we can talk about it, and then maybe in the meantime, I can meet with Jerry Ann, and we can kind of just review some reserves or see what we have to do going forward, if it's a multi-year plan or, okay.
Well, that agenda item took on a life of its own, didn't it?
Yeah. Jeff, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I think as long as I get some direction so I can let the applicants know whether or not we're moving forward with them, I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. What? Did you want that tonight, or, because I would like to look
Yes,
at the
tonight.
reserves and just see if there's, so I know how much we have to plan for it and what we need to find in the budget. I know. And plus, it's not, because this is so vague, I'd like to
Sure.
come back and,
Could I informally pose take a poll on whether or not we will be moving forward with the master planning or not?
Can I ask a question?
sure.
Jeff, when's your next meeting?
So we had foregone our last meeting this past Thursday, but our next meeting is supposed to be next week.
Okay.
So
What day?
I believe it's the 16th. But if the council needs further time, we can certainly postpone that meeting till after your March 1st meeting. But again, just want to be able to give the applicants a proper time frame out of respect for having their time taken to let them know when a decision might be made to move forward.
Could we just let them know we'll make a decision
Yeah,
in the next?
and that's why I was asking if I could informally poll you to see if we were going one way or the other, because I don't want to set the expectation that the council is, that I have to go back to colleagues and say, oh, by the way, we changed our mind. That's all.
I really don't want to do a vote tonight because it's so vague, but
Just an informal poll.
Can,
It's not a
can I make a,
theoretical.
can I make a recommendation here? So we meet on the 15th. Could we just put a quick item at the end of the meeting even? I can't
Yeah.
imagine that conversation, but then again, this conversation took a long time. On
well,
that,
we have the joint meeting.
yeah. If not, or maybe our next meeting. I'm sure, I'm
if-
sure architects work with towns. They know
Yes,
that
they
there's
have.
a long process here. Like,
If it's the council's prerogative to have further discussion and make a decision on the first, then I will let them know that that's going to be
Yeah,
the.
then that way I can meet with Jerry Ann and we can have some
That's fine.
conversation about it. Okay.
I was
Thank
just,
Thank
you know how
It's not no.
our committee moves. We move fast.
know.
So we like to get things done.
All right, thanks so much.
But thank you all for the support, kind words, and
Absolutely.
we look forward to continuing.
Thank you. Okay, let's do that. All right, the next agenda item we'll move up is discussion by council vote or other action, creation of multi-generational committee. That's with me and Mr. Biragad also. Did you want to start?
I'm a little afraid, but here we go.
What?
I'm a little afraid, but yeah, it is. Well, at the last meeting, we discussed the possibility of having the Hallowell Committee take on the responsibilities of the overseeing the project of the Senior Committee and the Scouters Hall. But
Can
after,
I just interrupt a
yeah,
second?
please.
We didn't say have them take over. We said we could consider them
We
working.
discussion,
Yeah.
right, we
Okay.
discussed it, I'm sorry. If I would-
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. It was discussed. We didn't vote on it or anything like that. So what, the reason for this agenda item is, and I think the reason why most of you are here tonight, is the possibility of creating a committee specifically for the senior committee, the senior center and the Scouters Hall, and which would include members of different groups. Do we have that breakdown that we discussed?
Yeah. So we had, architects, contractors, and we obviously had like 3 or 4 people just at will. But we had some people that were more like, during the phase of the building that could assist with the engineering, like with how the progress of the building would go and assist in that area. So we were thinking between 7 and 9
Yeah,
people.
and included Scouters, and included seniors,
Yeah, scouted, yeah.
Scouts, I'm sorry, and seniors, and different other members of the community as well. And then it also included 3 at-large members, an appointment by the administrator of an at-large participant, but the committee would be specifically for that purpose of the senior center and the Scouters Hall. And as we know now, it seems the Hallowell Committee, you're gonna have your hands full now. We're gonna give you but not that you couldn't do it. You're very capable guys, but I was just thinking a committee specifically for this project. And when the project's over, the committee's over.
So we're gonna start taking our applications. There'll be, we can just use a regular application online and just
Can I-
write the senior.
can I ask a
Yeah.
point of order question? So when I formed the water review committee, I had a resolution drawn up by David, and we had to vote on the resolution. Same thing we did with Hallowell, and same thing we
Oh,
did
yeah.
with MBRTF. So I just think from a procedural
Yeah,
point,
no, you're right.
Yeah.
we should at least
Yeah,
just
we could-
vote it
we can
out.
vote
Yeah.
on drawing up a resolution to create the
Yeah.
committee. Mr. Zelinski, do you remember, you were writing down what the 9 would be, would be comprised of. Do you remember?
Well, then we had Linda, like, Linda would obviously,
Yeah,
so.
right, Linda was, do you remember what,
Senior?
yeah,
Yep.
Somebody from the seniors advisory committee, the scouts,
yeah,
Parks and Rec,
that's right, yeah.
Parks and Rec,
Yes?
and then certainly an architect.
You'd love to have Mr. Love to have Jeff Porter on this committee.
Council member, yes.
Yes.
yeah. Mhm.
What else did we discuss?
Well, I originally thought about having representatives, one representative that could rotate from the first responders,
That's right, you mentioned
you
that.
know, so that we could have that, it'd be good to have the police and fire to just have a rep, you know, not a dedicated rep, but one show up at every other meeting to, so the folks know what's going on. Also, Parks and Rec would handle it from DPWs because it is a town building, but I think Director of Public Works would certainly can attend those meetings, as will I, you know, so.
Can I ask a quick question? So just from a procedural and just a point of order, who is going to oversee the actual construction?
Well, that's gonna be, we're gonna have to go out for RFQs, RFPs, and we're gonna have to hire an architectural firm to do these things.
Right, but
And then
who will oversee what's going on? Will it be the committee? Will they be well-versed enough in those things to be able to say whether they're on time, if they're under budget, if they're, you know, like, I think, for instance, the former administrator would be very well-versed in saying what kind of space is needed, because she's
Absolutely.
been very involved in, you know, for years and years. But can she say where the plumbing should be and
Oh,
what the
no.
electrical, you know, that's the kind of thing.
That's what
right?
you have architects
She
for.
says no, she says no.
That's what you have architects for.
So, no, you could do it though,
They
Lynn.
teach you how to dance and
Yeah.
to exercise, but
So, no, I guess my question is, who's gonna oversee it? But that's what worries me every time we have a project, and because we're under the gun to utilize the funds as soon as the application is approved by the feds, we can't afford to just, you know, this is a great committee of all these people, I think it's wonderful, and they should all be involved and have some input, because it makes a better product, but I don't know, I mean.
so to
who
answer
would
your
that be?
question, of
You
who
need
could
someone
guide it,
qualified.
certainly the administration will be watching it, the Public Works will be watching it. But I have all the faith in the world that the appointees that you make will have the skill sets to advise the architects and to advise you as the council that are gonna vote on this.
Well, so in previous projects of this magnitude, we've had a clerk of the works.
Yeah, that
Right,
comes with the
so-
architect, yeah.
So we have to make sure that we have that person, and that
Absolutely.
person comes to us on a regular basis, so that we're not falling behind the 8 ball, because it would be very easy to do that and then have the funds be expended, or have expended the funds anticipating a reimbursement and then not have that happen. So
Correct.
that would be my concern.
So we're gonna draw up a resolution for the next meeting, or?
We can do that.
Or do you want-
How many people you want on it?
I think
Do you want to actually?
Isn't
designate
7 enough? Sometimes
categories
less
that
is
say
more.
9 members appointed by the council,
I think it's
and then you will decide, you'll just fit them into the categories that you want. You could just say 9 members appointed by the council, and I guess you said 1 appointed by the administrator, whatever that, how that works. And then you can decide what categories, as opposed to, unless you want to identify the category.
I mean, I think we,
I still
think it
think
should be
less
more
is more.
focused and
The more you
specific,
have,
yeah.
Yeah.
2 members from the senior committee, 2 members from Scott, like, it should be very specific.
Well, then you have to tell me that.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, no, we were just discussing if we, you know, if we want to be more specific instead of very general, and I think being specific so we make sure we have the right people in place right from the start, because we don't, I mean, that'll take more time, right, to identify people. I think we've got a good idea right now what we want.
so if we do 2 from the Senior Advisory Committee, 2 from Cub Scouts, and then we need 2 that are trade like architect or construction, right? That's
Yeah.
6.
And not to make it more complicated, but should we appoint, like, if there's somebody like from the senior committee or the scouters, or should we ask them to send us, for them to vote on who they want to represent? And then we vote, then of course we have the ultimate, we have to still appoint them, but should we ask them to put a couple of people forward?
That's fine.
Okay, so we're up to what, 7, 6?
I've got 6.
6?
That's good.
And then we said 3 at large.
Gotta have at least one.
Dave, did you get that? 3 at large?
Are we gonna do 2, so
Oh.
3 at large and then what, a person from the council, is that what we're doing?
Well, 2
That
from
would be 10,
council,
that's
1
too
from
many.
admin. Right, two at large from council, well, you're gonna make all the appointments.
Right.
So the 2 at large is 3 at large, 2 would be from council, and the third would be from town administrator.
And then there's gonna be a council liaison, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that brings us to a
So you have
total-
2 from the
How
Senior
many we
Citizen
have?
Advisory Committee, 2 from the Scouts, and you're saying Cub Scouts?
Well,
Yes.
Scouts.
It's Cub Scouts. no.
Scouts.
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 I'll have to
Scouts.
Don't
get
take
that.
Cub
Say
anymore.
Eagle Scouts.
I'll have to get those.
Scouts.
And 2 other members that will either be an architect, engineer, or in the construction trade.
Mhm.
So it'd be,
And you need someone old.
We already got the senior advisor.
and
You're
then,
not
and then 3 at large, 2 council
I
at
don't want
large,
to hear it.
1 administrator at large.
You're
Yeah.
so tap dancing.
Yes.
Forget it.
And then a council liaison.
Council liaison is number 10. That becomes number 10.
I was
But
gonna
they
say,
They don't
won't, but they
vote.
won't vote,
Okay.
right?
So
I
the
think you need to
council member
identify
will
who
not
can
vote.
vote and who can't vote, because you want to keep it at an odd number, so you
So
don't
the
end in
council
deadlock.
liaison will not be voting?
No.
9, I think, would be the max.
And then
Yeah,
the
9,
council.
that's a lot of people.
And
Is it
and
10?
what exactly is
What?
their,
Council person.
The council
I,
person.
I would like, in the future, when this time does come, I would like to see you sitting on that board, but I think you should have a vote.
So I think you can do it if you want Ms. Elves to serve on it, but I think, I think 9 should be a top, and then if you
7
want,
is
encourage more people
Anybody
to
can
come in.
attend.
So maybe instead of like 3 at large, you do 2 at large with a council
Why don't we
liaison.
just make the 2 at large by the council, one of them can be a council person?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Or
Okay.
I
That way you
can
get
appoint the
9.
council person at large.
And that's 9.
That's right.
Okay,
We'll fill it.
so we good?
An old,
All set?
Right, now what exactly is going to be their charge?
So the direction and purpose of the
Are they
multi-generational
going to
facility.
be involved in the grant at all, or what is exactly that they're going to do?
I don't think to be involved in the grant, because that's already in process, right? So it's
Correct.
mostly like design, advisory to design and,
So it's-
To design and advise as to design and,
design and outlook of the future facility, right?
okay.
Well,
needs,
I'll come up with something, and if, I'll get it circulated, you can all make notes, and if, and then we can clean it up if we
Yeah.
need to on. we can
Okay.
clean it up.
what the committee
Sound
can, Madam President, what the committee can do is do charrettes and involve the public, have meetings to get everybody's input, multi-generational folks to show up at these meetings. And I think that's what the committee should go, and then, of course, we'd go out for architectural services.
Right, yeah,
And as
'cause-
far as collectors of work,
Yeah.
excuse me, it's included in the architectural, but we also have a very able building official that could certainly should be stopping in everywhere, doing roughs and whatnot, taking a look at all this work. So we got it covered, it's just a matter of time.
all set?
we're not getting any younger.
I got a good idea. I'll circulate something
Get the process.
by next week,
Yeah,
and you'll all look at it, and if you got comments, you can send me individual comments. I just won't share them with anybody.
okay, sounds good, thank you. All right,
If I could just say one thing, I'd like to thank all the seniors for coming out tonight,
This is the biggest crowd
because
we've had in so
I'm
long.
on the liaison to the senior committee, and I'm very happy that this is finally going to get done for all of you.
And thank you, the men that came.
Mr. Zelinski's hard work. Ms. Alves came up with the idea of throwing it up, keeping it over at Pacheco. I think that's a great idea. It took a lot of pieces had to fall in place, and they all did.
You're stealing my thunder,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Councilman.
I'm sorry.
So in all the excitement of thanking Congressman Cicilline, Linda Tebow for her work, Mark Carullo, Bobby Monaghan, I totally forgot the instrumental person that started all this was Kim Alves. We're sitting in this room, we were having a meeting, and she brought it up. And I got so caught up in the rapture, I forgot to say, and Councilor Alves. So I apologize, Kim.
Well, I remember when you came up with the idea, we were having the discussion about it at being at Hallowell, and you said, well, why not keep it at Pacheco? And there it was right in front of us. It was a good idea, very good idea.
Okay, everybody, get ready to go to work.
You know, we're getting older every day.
We're getting older up here.
That's a good thing. That's a
We'll
good
have to
thing.
have a memorial plaque pretty
Did-
soon.
I can't, she went,
In process for,
okay.
Can you go up to the mic?
Just have a portable mic.
Yeah, at least like put it up there and someone can hand it around.
Okay. My mother lived here many years, and she ran Scouters Hall also for the senior centers. She would have been 101,
Wow.
and they wanted to vote for it then. And now I'm 72, and they're still voting for it, and we don't have anything. So it's kind of sad in a way to forget the older people. I never thought I would stand up here and say that I'm an older person. I brought up my daughter here. She went to this. You know what, maybe we could even clear this out and make a, we could,
no.
come over here.
No. We just
But
cut this set.
my
No,
daughter,
No more James.
There was a stage there, I remember, and she came to the school, and she went all the way through. Now my grandchildren are going through. Now, if I don't win this, well, then maybe my daughter might have a chance. Or maybe my grandchildren,
Or your
if they don't move
great-grandchildren.
out by then. I don't know.
Is between now and when your mother was around, we have a grant of $4 million to get this done.
You didn't have any grants before?
Are you kidding me? We're lucky.
$4 million is
You're lucky
not
they had
anything
hot
to
lunch.
sneeze
That's
about,
right.
Right, so.
That's right.
Even if you only made it a little bigger and kept the
Oh, my
existing building, and, do a little additions all the time, that'd probably be good. It wouldn't be as good as Lincoln, though. I
Oh,
don't
they
know.
have the track, please. If we can put a buggy track.
I'm sorry,
We-
I don't live there, I live here.
We're not leaving. That's,
Oh, no casino, because you lose all your money.
Where's Lincoln?
If I win the lottery,
Yeah.
Don't wait.
maybe I'll build my own. No, just kidding.
You don't have to. We won the lottery.
So you are gonna do it?
We're doing it. It's gonna get done. This is
That's,
not,
you kidding?
that's fantastic. Will I be alive until,
oh, easily,
yeah, how many years?
easily. Everybody here will be alive.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a scene or that. I
No,
just
you didn't.
wanted
You just didn't understand where we
You
were right
were
now in the
wonderful.
process.
to- No, I didn't.
Right.
14 months it's supposed to be done.
So we have the money.
I think I'll still be around after my knee replacement next month.
thank you.
Linda, do you need a break? Does everyone leave?
I was gonna say, maybe make a little recess.
New sheriff.
Recess for a minute?
It's a new sheriff
Yeah,
in
I would say
town.
like maybe 5 minutes.
Got the 4 million.
We're just going to recess for a few minutes in case anyone wants to leave. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you all. And you look fabulous. I gotta start Zumba. What a nice group. No, if I don't get
All right, we just have to go back to that last agenda item and just take a vote on the resolution for the multi-generational committee. Anyone want to make a motion?
Make a motion to have a resolution drafted by the solicitor and determine the composition of the committee.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. All right, so we'll go back, start back up into new business. Discussion by council vote or other action on purchase of patient stretcher for North Smithfield Fire and Rescue. Chief Chaudier, please.
Good evening, council members. As most of you may remember, about a year or so ago, I received approval to start the process and a purchase of a new rescue vehicle. That process is well underway, and I'm happy to report that we'll probably have it sometime early to mid-summer. One thing that we did find throughout this process, in an effort to save some money, we were hoping that the stretcher that we had would be able to be compatible with the loading system that's coming on in the new rescue vehicle. We just met with the dealership last week where we're purchasing the truck from, and we found out that it is not. I'm here tonight to ask you for an amendment to the bid price or the quoted price of the rescue, to increase that for the purchase of this new stretcher of $24,725.10. That money will come out of the third-party billing. I won't be asking that from the reserve funds, right?
You better not, otherwise you're gonna be lifting them straight up and throwing them.
I didn't want Ray's head to blow off, so I want to make that clear. So that will be, just tacked on it. It's unfortunate, and it's, but it's something necessary for the vehicle.
So Chief, do we have anything in the packet for that? No?
Actually, as I was on my way in, and I apologize, I do have the formal quote here. I don't believe I sent it in to go with the packet. My apologies.
And Jerry Ann, this is all set with third-party billing? The funds?
I believe the last balance was just over 700,000 in there, and the rescue itself is 350. So.
And you need this. This is like they're just holding this price for you, right? Like this.
Yes, yeah. There's a price increase that actually happened on February 1st, so they're holding this for us so that there was going to be a 10% price increase.
So the $24,725.10 is for an amendment to the original.
Yes,
invoice.
what I was here, when I came before the council for the rescue,
Right.
it was, I don't remember the exact number, maybe 354,000. So now we're gonna add this onto that. What probably will happen is we can put this through the dealer and submit it as a change order, of which Mr. Zelinski would be able to sign off on that, or we can buy it direct. It doesn't matter. It's the same amount of money either way.
I think we should have paperwork on it, for the record.
I was gonna say, I'd be okay with approving it with this, since it's time sensitive with money.
Okay.
Pending that we have the funds and the third-party billing, obviously, to do it. I mean, that would just.
Can you talk into that, please?
Here.
We have the funds in the third-party billing account, but do we have to get 3 quotes or go out to bid, or how?
This particular stretcher would be a sole source because it's through Stryker. That's the loading system that's going in the truck.
And you can only get it from the
And
vendor
and
of
this
the
stretcher,
rescue?
this is the only stretcher that would
Okay.
be compatible with that system, correct?
Okay, then we're good.
So then, assuming it checks all those boxes, I would be okay
Okay.
with it,
Yeah,
pending those.
because you're on a tight, you gotta get this through,
Yeah.
right?
That's it. It's crazy the amount of money these things, the whole system is over $60,000. It's,
Anyone like to make a motion to approve the purchase of a patient stretcher in the amount of $24,725.10?
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of a patient stretcher in the amount of $24,725.10, pending the funds are available in third-party billing and it meets all the other criteria for bids.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes?
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All set, thank you.
thank you.
All right, discussion by council vote of action on purchase of replacement vehicle for the Smithfield Police Station. Detective Donovan, please.
Good evening.
Good evening. So you just want to give us a brief explanation? I know there's a letter in here, but this is a replacement from a vehicle that was totaled?
Yes, ma'am. So we had a vehicle that was totaled at the beginning of December. Interlocal Trust came out, they issued a repayment for the purchase of a new vehicle. I went out, I got 2 quotes from local dealerships, which did have the vehicle in stock, and the lowest quote that I did get for a vehicle was $39,182.55. I believe the trust issued the town a check for just over $34,000, but we did have a surplus of funds left in the account from previous accidents, which I was informed could be used to cover the difference.
So the trust reimbursed the town $31,675, and then we're using that difference of the $7,500 in insurance claims to cover the difference? Anyone have any questions?
When you, I hate to put it, when you rack up cars, right, and you don't get another one, you keep those funds within the department?
I'm not too sure how the town handles that when they get reimbursed from the trust.
Go ahead.
We did have one that we had extra money that came in, and the trust told us to keep it even though it was more than what we used to fix the vehicle. So that's where the extra funding is coming from.
Who told you to keep the?
The trust, our insurance
Oh,
company.
okay, okay. All right, I understand completely.
Any other questions? Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the quote. Is this a quote? Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of a new police vehicle in the amount of $39,182.55, noting that the RI Interlocal Trust will be reimbursing for $31,650, with the net impact to the town being $7,507.55.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes?
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else we. So what else here for yours? You want to put yours up? Oh, yours is the overlay, right? All right, let's go to new business A, discussion by council vote or other action on amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Section 8-29K in Chapter 8, Article 3, sewers and sewage disposal. Public hearing and also a second reading. So, Mr. Igliozzi, do I need to read this into the record?
Madam President, this is, I think you could open up the public hearing. This is a set, well, we're starting with the public hearing. This was as amended. We can review it. Maybe we should review it because it has had at least 4
Yeah.
modifications. It's relatively short. Do you want to read it? Or do you
Sure.
want- Do you want to read it?
Ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances, Section 8-29K in Chapter 8, Article 3, Sewers and Sewage Disposal. It is ordained by the Town Council of North Smithfield, Rhode Island as follows. Town responsibilities: the town shall be responsible for all repair and maintenance of all main sewer lines and laterals under the sidewalk and/or public roadway if the property owner, at their expense, conclusively demonstrates by a drain camera inspection or other evidence that the sewer line repair and maintenance required is under the sidewalk and/or public roadway. The property owner shall, at their expense, be responsible for repair and maintenance of the building's lateral pipe from the building to the edge of the sidewalk or public roadway. 2, the town shall be responsible for all repair and maintenance of all main sewer lines up to the Y connection for a building lateral if the property owner, at their expense, does not conclusively demonstrate by drain camera inspection or other evidence that the sewer line repair and maintenance required is under the sidewalk and/or public roadway. The property owner shall, at their expense, be responsible for the repair and maintenance of the building lateral pipe from the building to the Y connection.
And that was the final, Madam President, Council, that was the final version that the sewer committee recommended after reviewing all the comments. So I guess you could open up a public hearing now, see if anybody has any comments. Other than that, unless there are comments to modify it, the matter is in line for a vote.
All right, I'll make a motion to open the public hearing on Section 829K in Chapter 8, Article 3, Sewers and Sewage Disposal.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this?
Good evening, and thank you. I'll be brief. I never anticipated when Mom had the problem at her house that it was going to involve what it's involved. So it's been an education, and I very much appreciate the time of the council, the sewer commission, the members of the Department of Public Works and the sewer and water department. It's, I think we're getting to a much better place than we were. I think we're making an improvement. I'll just kind of caution or put out there for other residents of the town, and I don't know if they're home listening, but you know, it appears 41 years ago that some of the contractors doing this work took shortcuts and left a problem for homeowners to discover in the future, and that's what happened at my mother's house. You know, instead of a proper fitting being in the ground, they just stuck the small pipe into the big pipe and dumped a bag of concrete on it and kind of called it done. Presumably a building inspector didn't see that work before it was buried, or they wouldn't have let that go. You know, I have, just this weekend, not even looking for them, found a long series of correspondence between the town, the sewer department, the building inspector, sort of all the things property owners were sent. It turns out Mom did save them. I just didn't know they were there, and I stumbled across them while looking for some other things. So it's a long series of, you know, what's expected of a homeowner now that you're having your sewers put in. And it was all a new process, I think, back in 1981 for the town. So this is almost like a little case study of what could go wrong. And I'll just mention, you know, this problem's gonna probably pop up again, where a shortcut was taken, you know, by a town-approved contractor. You had to use somebody on the list. You had to pull permits. You had to pull plumbing permits and build, you know, not building permits, but, you know, there were all these steps that a homeowner had to take, and presumably, you know, I would look at it and say, Mom and Dad did everything they were told to do. And it took 41 years for the tree to get in there and do its damage, but one would think if this had been built to best practices, to standards of the day, you know, using a proper fitting as opposed to a bag of ready-mixed concrete, that the trees still wouldn't have gotten in there, or I would presume that. Anyway, you know, I think you're in a better place, because when I first looked at the ordinance and thought, boy, I could be paying to dig up the street, or mom could, you know, that's not what anybody's intent was. So I think the ordinance as it sits is putting the residents in a better place, the users of the system in a better place. I will still say, and I don't know what the recourse is for somebody, you know, where 41 years ago, you know, a licensed drain layer that the town said, here's the list of 8 or 10 or whatever the number was, it's in here somewhere, that you have to choose from. You know, you use the person the town recommends, you pay all the fees, you get the rubber stamp at the end that everything's great, and it turns out that it wasn't. And 41 years later, you know, when the business has been sold that did the work, and, you know, you can sort of only look at the town and say, you know, well, the building inspector and the sewer commission were looking at this too, or should have been. And maybe at some point they found out about it and the practice stopped. But these things are out there, and it could happen. I think anybody in the neighborhood that used this particular vendor may find this problem. So I thank you all for your time, and I thank the commission for looking at it. I think it's better than it was. But, you know, who knows what's in the future, that you may see this same problem pop up again. And, you know, I will sort of ask, well, where was, I know it was a long way from Slatersville to White Parkway back in the day, because I used to ride my bike back and forth. And sometimes there's sort of two different worlds, like, or maybe it was just being built so fast that people weren't looking. But it really is apparent when they opened it up and looked at it that it's like, this never should have happened this way. So I'll caution residents that you may find this, and I don't know what else can be done at this point. You know, because this amendment does sort of steer clear of that coupling of the town's work to the property owner's work, and you know, but it's better than it was. So I'm pleased with that, and I thank you all again, and I say good night.
Well, thanks for the warning, Michael, also. That was my neighborhood.
Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Guess we can close that.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes. What do we do now? Accept it? Would anyone like to accept this revised ordinance as written?
I'd like to make a motion to accept on ordinance section 8-29K adopted, K1, K2 on this date. Do I need to read it again?
No, you
We
don't have
already
to
got
read
it
it
on
again.
the record.
You're just kidding.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes,
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
thank you.
All right, discussion by council vote or other action on disclosure of vote to retain counsel for Tech Realty versus Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review and Cynthia DeJesus in her capacity as Finance Director for the Town of North Smithfield. Case number 2023-00104.
Madam President, if the clerk doesn't have the notes, I can refresh the
I
notes.
put it in their packets.
Okay.
It should be right behind.
She just wrote, the notes from the executive session can now disclose publicly because we didn't do it at the last meeting.
Can I ask a point of order thing? So on the signature form that we were just given, it looks like it was for the old council. So I can't sign it. So should it be updated to reflect new names?
Yeah, it should
Oh,
have.
what are you, which
Yeah,
one do you
this
have?
says,
Must have the wrong one.
Vice, John's president.
Okay, you can sign this one.
Okay, no worries,
I have
no
no
rush.
idea how come you have that one.
We'll be here.
I can tell you I knew I submitted the right one.
Sign it back.
There's a reason to wear your glasses, right?
Get out of here.
We'll try it again.
So I think, we just have to mention this court case and what's highlighted to vote on this?
That's correct.
Okay,
You don't have to vote on it, you just have to announce it because it was already voted on.
okay,
I'm not on. Should I be on
so I can do
missing
that, I guess?
No.
All right, so, let's see, so, Rhode Island General Law 42-465A2, this is just putting this out into, public forum that the town council voted to retain Assistant Solicitor Stephen Ashambo and Attorney Timothy Robenheimer to defend the town at the rate of $150 per hour in an amount not to exceed $5,000. Is that it?
Council Stitzel.
Okay. All right, discussion by council vote or other action on review of Article 16, General Provisions, Section 8, Financial Interest Prohibited of the North Smithfield Town Charter. This is what we had drawn up for anyone who may be an employee or a family is an employee serving on boards or commissions, and to have a contract with the town. So, did you want to explain this a little bit, Mr. Solicitor?
I do, Madam President. So Article 16 of the charter has a prohibition. Now, I just want to be clear, this is your charter provision. This is not anything to do with the state ethics. This is the charter provision, okay? Just so we understand, state ethics prohibits a council from voting on something that could result in economic gain to their family members or themselves, okay? That's not what this is. This is something beyond that. So that's the first thing I want to be clear on. So basically, Section 8 of the charter, Article 16, provides two things. It puts a burden on contracts with the town by employees of the town. So if you're an employee of the town, or an elected official of the town, or an appointed office of the town, so that means a board, a commission, even a board or a commission, it says appointed officer, and this is a charter. So I think that includes boards or commissions. You cannot get a contract with the town. That's what it says. You cannot get a contract personally. It also says, reverse of that, the town shall not give a contract to an employee, officer, or board member, elected or appointed, right? So it does both. It has both sections. Then it goes beyond that, and it says, if there's a corporation, a partnership, or a business that a council member, a board member, or employee has more than 5% interest in it, they cannot, that corporation cannot get a contract with the town. And then the reverse of that, that the council, that the town cannot give a contract to a company, business, corporation, or partnership that a member of a board, commission, council, or employee has 5% interest or more in. So it works both ways. And it says that if such a contract occurs, it's null and void. So you don't have the power to grant that contract. That's what this says. So that's what we're talking about. And how would you know if you have more than 5%? They would have to disclose that, because you don't know that at the Secretary of State. You just know the name of the corporation. You might know board members, but they could be stockholders, right? So for instance, if IBM comes in here and wants a contract with you, and I own a share of IBM, I probably don't own I don't have 5% of IBM. Right? So you could have that contract with IBM. So that's what this is about. but there's a little bit of a gray area. I had a discussion with the council person, and I said, I either want the council to acknowledge and clarify it, or we need to make an ordinance to clarify it, one way or the other. Either you acknowledge it, not a problem. And that is, what about if an employee is married to someone who has a company, a business, or a corporation, and they're not a member of it? They're not a 5% member of it. But there's a section that says that you can't receive, if you're an employee, receive any commission, discount, bonus, gift, contribution, award, or share in the profits of any person, corporation, partnership performing on a contract. So there's the glitch. Share in the profits of any person. So if a person is a member of a company, the company makes the profit and the people get shares of that profit, right? So we're getting like, it's like a waterfall effect. Do you want this to reach that person? You have to kind of tell me. Because that's how you could read this, that if an employee is married to somebody who has a company, and let's assume it's a corporation, and they don't have any ownership interest in it. So the employee has no ownership interest in it, but their husband does, or their wife does, and they come for a contract to you. Are they completely excluded because they get a paycheck from that company, and theoretically they might be paying for, obviously, expenses, food, electricity? So that's the reason why I lay that out, because that to me is the unanswered question here. That doesn't solve this, because clearly an employee could sign this and say, I don't have 5% of my husband's company or my wife's company. And obviously a company could sign, I mean, a person could say, I'm not, the first one's individual, that I'm not employed by the town or on a board or commission. That's an easy one. A direct contract to an employee, board member, council member, this can't be done. But once you get into the corporation, business, or entity, that's where you got this waterfall effect. How deep do you want it to go? And it doesn't really answer it in the charter, but it alludes to it by saying receive a share of the profits. I don't know if that's a share of the profits, really, right? Is it a share of the profits, you know? That's the question.
So, can I ask a question?
So that's what I want to make sure that if you want to address that, then we have to clarify this, and we should add an ordinance that says, yeah, we mean that.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question, make sure I'm understanding correctly. So, and you say share the profits, you're saying, so say, someone's spouse doesn't have any ownership interest, nothing, no skin in the game, it's completely independent. But what you're saying is that they could benefit from somebody being awarded the contract, which then in turn indirectly benefits that household or that group of people.
See, the thing that bothers me, the reason why I think it can be read either way is because of this 5% thing, right? This 5% limitation. So if your wife had a company that had, if you had 7% of the company, let's make it clear, then clearly your wife could not get a contract, that company could not get a contract with town because you got 7%.
Right, and that would make sense.
But if you got less than 5, do we treat it that you're getting less than 5 and therefore your wife's company can have the contract? Or do we say your wife's company pays your wife and she brings home a paycheck and you get some of the money by some of the, you don't get the actual money, like this is saying a share of the profit. She's not writing you a check, but she's paying for the electricity.
If it was my opinion, I would say just any partnership, anything, shared profits, however that is, I would say just out of an abundance of caution, you don't award the contract. Like, I would never put myself in that situation. I would say you're not gonna apply for a contract if I knew that the household could benefit. And I think ethically, I see what you're saying, it's kind of a gray area, but I would think someone can make the argument that that the household or that the group or the couple, whoever is benefiting from it, the family. So I would say that we should probably just be clear and say that just nobody, and just call it good, but, it's up to the council.
If that's the council's desire, then we should support this with an ordinance that clarifies that issue, because that becomes your legislative intent, and then I would clarify this to reflect that we're saying that under no circumstances send can a spouse of an employee, board member, appointed or elected, be able to have a company that does business with the town, so it's gonna be like a third category? Instead of just with the 5%.
There's some serious unintended consequences. I hope everybody understands that. We have people that do work for the town that that also have spouses that work for the town that are on boards. And the example that you used 2 weeks ago with Mr. Bernardino, he gave us a $225 invoice. That was out of a $2,296,439 approval of bills. It was a $225 invoice. That invoice for an electrician would only have jumped out at me because it was so low. Like, you're not gonna get that kind of service from any other electrician. You're not gonna get an electrician to come out and service anything for $225. And the same goes for Mr. Perry, who's on the building committee. He responds to things in this town instantly. You call him up, the schools use them a lot, the police station uses them a lot, the town uses them all the time. And now all of a sudden, he's out. So we're gonna be paying more, because Mr. Perry always gave us took care of us, and he always was there, very responsive, he always responded. So I'm just letting you know, there is good intentions behind this charter, when they put this in the charter. But there's very serious unintentional consequences here, and we're gonna, in the long run, probably end up paying more than less as a result of this.
And it wasn't an emergency type thing, can you come, we need this.
He was always there.
Boom.
No, David's not concerned about that, but I'm just talking about what the reality is.
Right.
The reality is, try getting out, that probably has to go over to the schools. Mr. Perry's always at the schools. Now the school's gotta try to find a new, heating AC guy. So does this police station, so does the town.
May I just weigh in? I'm sorry I got in this whole conversation about spouses. What you're describing is prohibited, so it doesn't matter what
Right, it
we're
was
saying.
always there,
was
just
always
no one
prohibited.
ever.
Exactly, but we kinda,
The only way you're gonna change that is put it on the ballot for the public. You're not gonna change it in this room. What I'm asking you in this room is, do you wanna prohibit someone who's a member of a corporation, an entity, does business with the town, their spouse works for the town, I'm using that example. The spouse does not have any interest in my company, so they don't fit into the corporate exception that this provides. But I theoretically come home at the end of a week with a paycheck from my company and theoretically pay for the bills in the house. I mean, maybe even give my wife money, whatever. I'm just trying to say that that is what I was focusing on, not this other thing. The other issue that you mentioned, it says under the charter that contract is null and void, right? That it just says it can't be done. And I appreciate what Councilman Beauregard's saying, but that's not the purpose of my discussion. You don't have a choice there.
Is there any state law that would supersede and negate that law?
No, this, like as I indicated to you, state law only focuses on conflict of interest, where you're on a board and you're voting for something that's going to give you economic gain. This isn't that. An employee isn't sitting on the council and voting to give their husband a contract. That's not what's happening. An employee works for the town. If you want to say that an employee works for the town, any company that their husband or spouse is involved with can't do business with the town, that's different. This doesn't necessarily say that. That's the question I'm asking you. Like, do you want to say, but if that employee has a 5% interest or more in that company, then that company can't do business with the town. That's what this says.
But that's assuming it's a public corporation, right?
No,
But how would we know in a private corporation?
How are you going to know? Because you're going to make them sign a certificate
Right.
saying that
Assuming they sign it, saying they have, you're relying on
in
goodwill
order
here,
to get a
right?
contract approved by the town, we're going to say to you, you're going to sign a form saying, I certify that no employee, board member, elected official owns 5% of my company.
So it's good faith essentially, that they're being
Good faith.
truthful in what they're signing, right?
Well,
Not
that-
just
that's-
trying to
that's-
play
that's-
devil's
that's all-
advocate.
That's all
and-
life, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah, no, I get
everything
it.
we do in life, right? If people sign documents in good faith and if they don't, but it says theoretically what would happen if you play it out. If that were to happen, and let's assume it was a big contract, $1 million contract, and you were to find out about it, it would be a void contract. So there's no serious company that's going to risk having a contract be null and void when they, and sign this document. I know if my client came to my office and said, oh, the town said I gotta sign this document to get my $500,000 contract, I said, well, is anybody work for the town that has a 5% interest in your company? Yeah, my brother works there. I said, well, then unless you want, the contract will have no legal effect. You won't be able to enforce it if they don't pay you. That's not what this says, that's what this says. So we're getting lost in the weeds here about the difference. There's 3 steps, right? If you remove the corporation, which kind of clouds the issue, nobody that's individually works for the town or appointed to a board can have, be involved, can get a contract with the town. It's that simple, right? And nobody who works for the town can have 5% interest in a company that gets a contract with the town. That's your charter. So, I mean, you do it what you will, but that's your charter. I'm just asking you, do you want to foreclose somebody who doesn't have 5% in a company?
I mean, this pretty much at least holds you to what we're trying to do, that people aren't getting contracts just because they work for the town or they're appointed. Because if they sign this and we find out later that they do, then,
Contract's void.
right, so it's kind of doing what we're needing it to do. In a
Right.
sense that we're just not awarding contracts to someone who may work in town or be appointed or,
Right, this does,
Though, I mean, spouses is kind of the same thing, that has to be included, I mean, if you're gonna do it, then
well,
spouses
then
is.
I would want to add this, I would want to add that language to clarify this form that we were looking at, to make it clear that we're interpreting that way. And if there's any question, we can follow it up in an ordinance, but we would make that clear that we're interpreting that this way.
Yeah.
If you want to interpret it that way, so that's what you're doing, you're just cutting it clean, that nobody, but that's a decision then, somebody could say, well, my wife is up for a contract, I'm gonna resign from the board, I'm working for the planning board for nothing, I'm gonna resign, and my wife's company's gonna bid for the contract.
right.
So they got that choice,
Right,
because the
Why
planning
not?
board's not voting on the contract.
right.
So, I mean, it's not like they can't do it, they just
Right.
can't do both.
Okay.
So
So
I think
if you wanna cut that, then I need to
revise it.
revise this a little bit.
I still think bringing this up created more problems than it's gonna solve, because we're gonna pay more in the long run.
Well, to piggyback off that, sounds like what David was saying was that we would have to change the
It's in the
charter.
charter anyway.
So we
Right.
talked about having charter review and stuff like that, so coming back full circle, and maybe it's a topic that we can address down the
Right.
line, and maybe putting safeguards in place to assure that,
Make
you
a
know, maybe they have to
dollar
go through a
amount,
dollar
$1,000,
or a bidding
yeah,
process
right.
once every year or something like that, so see how other towns handle it, but I would say for right now, just keep it clean.
So do you need us to vote on having you go back to amend that to include the?
I think I think I would want you to, just vote that you want me to, this contract certification to
Right.
reflect that basically, no employee, board member, elected official, appointed, elected or otherwise, can have a contract, nor can their spouse have a contract. That's what you're saying, or family member,
Family member in the same domicile.
yeah.
There's a lot of language that can be added to this.
Yeah, family member goes a little broader, because I guess theoretically, if my brother were to do it, he could, if he's not in my house.
Yeah, we could go on forever.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
I think it's really limited to household.
I think,
Town
yeah,
style.
Yeah, I'd say household.
I think
domicile,
it's
yeah.
wholesome.
Yep.
Can't be somebody related to you that you're not even getting
Right.
the
You're not even
benefit
living
of
with,
paying the
right.
electricity bill.
Got it.
Okay?
Whereas ethics is opposite of that, right? You can't vote to give your cousin a contract, even though your cousin is not in your house. I think that's the difference. Ethics is totally different.
Okay. Anyone like to make a motion on Article 16, Section 8?
So moved? Or do I have to make the actual?
So
So,
We're just, yeah.
make a motion to have David redraft the resolution for the, to include households and further define language around shared profits for review at the next meeting.
On the certification.
On the certification, yeah.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms.
Excuse
Alves.
me.
Yes.
Someone had a hand up. Was they able to ask questions? No? Okay, I didn't know, but I just wanted her acknowledged. You're welcome.
You could make a motion to
Have someone speak?
have someone speak if you want.
I'd like to make a motion that this attendee and taxpayer of the town of North Smithfield be allowed to speak.
I'll second, well, I'll second.
Roll call, in a second. All right, so we got a motion and a second, right?
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Joanne's like,
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
yes.
Lee Angela, 49 Orchard Street. Just a clarifying question on that. I know there's something, and I don't know if it's the same article because I don't have the charter in front of me, but there used to be a time frame on that, meaning if I served on the planning board and my spouse wanted a contract, I had to be off of the planning board for 2 years before it could be awarded.
That's state law, I think, right?
Well, I just know that that was something, because when I was on the school committee, I couldn't apply to work in the schools. I had to be off of the school committee for 2 years. So I'm just
North
asking a
Smithfield?
clarifying
state
question,
law.
that's all,
It's an
while you're
ethics law.
talking about it.
Like you have to, I think the way that the state law reads, and I'm a little fuzzy on it, but the way that the ethics state law reads is that if you're in a decision-making capacity, i.e. I think a town council, a planning board, or a school committee, maybe even zoning, you are not allowed to bid for a contract for up to a year due to the information that you receive in that decision-making capacity. I think that's the
Yeah,
law.
I know, as soon as I forward, I don't want to comment on that.
And I wasn't trying to complicate,
Yeah.
it was just for clarification, if you're gonna be amending, maybe add something about a time. Because even Mr. Igliozzi, you just mentioned, okay, well, if my wife's gonna get it, then I'll just quit the planning board. Can they do that, or is there a time constraint? That's all.
The time constraint, because I remember, if I can go back to 2018, when I was not reelected, I was asked if I wanted to be appointed to the school committee, even though I didn't want to be. The Ethics Commission said that you have to be off for a year. So there was a
And
law.
that's what, and I didn't know, I don't know if it's state law, or I didn't know if
Yeah,
it
it
was
was,
the
that
charter.
was the, yeah,
That's all.
Yeah.
It was just,
Again, I just think this is.
right. If you-
We're conflating ethics rules with your charter.
Right.
Okay? And the reason in that situation about being appointed to the school committee, I'm assuming that was by the council.
Just
Right.
serving, so I
The
had to wait a
body-
year.
The body that you can't take an appointment by the body you serve on for a year. till
Correct.
You're off. So I
Correct.
don't know about the young lady's comment, but your situation, you were prohibited by the state ethics rules. It's the revolving door prohibition.
Correct.
This isn't a revolving door prohibition.
No, not what we're talking about.
Okay. And I'm not going to amend this at all as far as the charter is concerned. I'm just amending the certificate to reflect your interpretation of the charter to be the most strict it can be interpreted. And obviously, nobody can challenge that because you have a right to give contract to who you want.
Discussion by council vote or other action on appointments to town boards and commissions. 5, the Water Supply Review Committee. It's appointed by Town Council. One member of the Conservation Committee for a 2-year term that expires 11/20/2024, and 2 members of the public for 2-year terms that expire on 11/20/2024.
So I'd like to nominate Leanne Gillette. We had appointed her last meeting, and then to be proper and procedural with our paperwork, decided that we needed to get an application. So I would just like to reappoint her, or appoint her formally to the Water Review Commission. Everything was enclosed in the packet.
All right, we have a nomination for Leanne Gillette. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you. The other seat, for the member of the public, we have a application from Cynthia Roberts. We asked for formal applications again. Application was submitted with a resume.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Cynthia Roberts. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
No.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
No.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
And then I know we have a third application. There is a vacancy on it. Christian had this, he's gonna be involved, but he won't be a voting member. So we do have a vacancy. If the council will entertain approving the application that was presented tonight. We did vote earlier on approving a stretcher without the proper documentation in front of us, so it wouldn't be a new idea. But again, it's up to the council. I know we have to vote on it as a council if we want to accept something tonight.
So Christian is just a member
He's just
of the
gonna,
public?
yeah,
He's not
he's
the Conservation
correct.
Commission?
No,
Okay.
he's gonna just attend.
So are you talking about Carol Drainville?
Correct, yeah, Carol Drainville. That was the application.
All right, we have a motion for Carol Drainville. Is there a second? Is that a second?
Yeah, she said second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yeah, yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right, we have a Board of Canvassers appointed by the Town Council, 1 member for a 6-year term that expires 2/28/29.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Paul Conley, renewal of his position on the Board of Canvassers for a term, a 6-year term, expiring on November 30th, 2029.
All right, we have one motion for, I'm sorry, what's his name?
Paul Connolly.
Paul Conley. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. And Budget Committee, we have a completion of a 3-year term that expires 11/30/2023, and also a completion of a 3-year term that expires 11/30/2024.
Madam President, I would like to nominate David De La Cruz to one of the positions that are available. Where are we?
B. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, 2.
Okay. Yeah, for the completion of the 1 3-year term that expires 11/30/23.
Okay, we have a motion for David De La Cruz. Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion?
Just the fact that Mr. De La Cruz was here earlier this evening, and then he texted me that he had to leave due to a family emergency, but he was waiting for the appointment to be made, or voted on, I should say. That's all.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. anyone else like to appoint someone to the Budget Committee?
Well, I had spoken with Megan Mello, but she was looking at the completion of the 1 3-year term. I don't know if she's interested in the term expiring 11/30/2024. I do not know. I could nominate her and,
Well, there's also a sec.
I was gonna say, we have another
there's
application.
another
Okay.
To nominate Bobby Rose Bradford for the Budget Committee. Where we at?
All right, we have a nomination for Bobby Rose Bradford for the Budget Committee that would expire on 11/30/2024. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Excuse me, can I just ask who made the first?
Mr. Ogier made the,
Sorry.
Bobby Bradford.
Thank you. Okay.
Do we have a second for,
I second,
do
yeah.
we have a second? Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
yes,
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I don't know if it's on there. That's in the back.
Parks and Rec Commission, appointed by TA with TC approval, 1 member for a completion of a 2-year term that expires in 2024.
Well, what a pleasure to appoint, oh God, I got a little cluster brain going on. He lives on my street, he's my
Gary
neighbor.
Pillardi.
Yeah, Gary Pillardi. Council President, it was you that nominated him to serve on the planning board. He's, grew up in North Smithfield, he's an avid baseball coach, he's very interested in Parks and Rec activities. So it's my pleasure to nominate Gary Pillardi, to appoint him, rather. He is, he is.
All right, we have a nomination for Gary Pillardi. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right, and the Public Art Advisory Committee, appointed by the Town Council, a 1 member for a 2-year term that expires 11/30/2024.
Madam President, I would like to nominate Sarah Heminger for this position. She, if you look at her, she's also an art teacher as well, so I think she'd be a good addition.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second for Sarah Heminger. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I didn't know what hers
That's great. Huh?
Two more.
Yeah. All right, so now go down to new business G, discussion by council vote or other action on council rules regarding Zoom meetings. Mr. Ogier?
Yeah, so hopefully this will be a quick discussion. I'm just looking to, I just asked Joanne to put in the packet, the minutes from the August 16th meeting of 2021, where the council adopted rules regarding Zoom meetings. I don't know why that's so loud. And essentially it said that participants must attend meetings in person for public comments. Live streaming via Zoom will be available for town council meetings, building zone meetings, planning board meetings only. Zoom will be available for live streaming only, no comments will be allowed. If technical difficulties occur during the live streaming, then the meeting will resume as scheduled, and all other boards, commissions, or committees will be in person only, no live streaming will be allowed. I think there's an opportunity here for some smaller committees, if they want to leverage Zoom, to do it. I know the Budget Committee used it last year for the purpose of if people want to just drop in and watch, they had that option. I know Hallowell uses live streaming, which is fantastic. I think personally all boards and commissions should be live streamed, but I know that there's resources and stuff like that that goes into it. So all I'm asking is just that we change it to allow the individual boards and committees to, if they want to have a live streaming option. I think the OMA says that people have to attend the meeting, but I know the school committee uses live streaming Zooms for public comments, so I think if they wanted to allow it for open forum purposes, they could, but at least at a minimum, allow it for people to, you know, if they want to give a link and watch, you know, they have that option. Something small, just.
You know, even things like the Hallowell Committee, right? I mean, people are gonna be interested in that, this new committee that we're putting together for Scouters. It keeps people informed, right? They have an opportunity. They may not always avail themselves of it, but I think the opportunity is there, and I don't know the cost associated with it or anything, but that's something we'd have to find out.
So does the town have their own Zoom account, or how does?
We do, I think we have, how many, Jeremy? 10. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Do we have to have a tech there, like CJ or somebody? Is that going to pay overtime now, or
No, it's just a computer.
No.
they could just use their computer?
It's just a computer, yeah. I'm not talking to like what we have
Like
for
this?
live streaming, no. I'm saying like, if the budget committee wanted to, like, they decide like, oh, we want to live stream through Zoom, you just put the link at the top and someone could just drop in and watch.
Can I ask something, please? Well, I will ask something. Several years ago, I was in hospital, and I wanted to leave the hospital and come to town council meetings and go back. And we didn't have Zoom then. I was told I couldn't leave the hospital, or I would, they stopped payment of my medical coverage. Is there anything, if I'm gonna need, and I don't know how extensive it's gonna be, can I participate over Zoom?
The answer is emphatically no. There was a emergency measure by the governor that set aside the Open Meetings Act so that you could vote you could participate by Zoom, but that has been revoked in March of 2022. So unless you get the legislature to change the law, the answer is no.
All right, so I'll have to try to stack it around.
Yeah, there's nothing there's no way
Just
you
don't
can
go
do
to
it.
the hospital.
Oh, I'll be crawling pretty soon. Okay.
I just wanted to point out, we do have 10 licenses, but I believe they're all used right now. And if one of those 10 people isn't in attendance in all of these different boards or commissions, then someone, usually a director level person, has to somehow help or be there, or it was problematic I know when it like during the pandemic, we had, I know, the previous town clerk was hosting meetings that she had nothing to do with from her home. I know the finance director did the sewer commission, that has nothing to do with them really. There was a lot of extra time put in for that, just because of the limit of the licenses that we pay for. And they, honestly, they don't get used all the time now, but we could try to reallocate them around, but I don't know if we'd be able to cover all of them with someone on the board who's already in attendance.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think the license piece can be figured out later. I think if somebody, just at least change it so it's amendable, that if, you know, because maybe, like, I know in the budget committee, Cynthia was there all the time, so she would have a license and she was broadcasting, not trying to make people go extra work or, you know, try to have people stay, but, you know, if somebody volunteers or something like that and they want to be a part of something, like a director wants to attend a meeting and they can stream it, you know, leave it up to the board and committee or how they figure that out, but at least they're not restricted by the rules that the council set forth.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So if I may, we can purchase additional licenses. I'm not sure if it's a stratified, you have to get 3 or more or 5 or more, but we can.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, maybe we could get one for like planning, zoning, you know, like the other smaller boards too, you know. I mean, I don't know how much they are, I guess, if we can find out how much they are.
Planning and zoning.
Already have it.
They do.
Oh, they already have that?
I think what the council should decide is I think you should decide which, if you want to say everyone, then you have to make it for every committee, or you're going to say which committees you want, or you got to buy you're going to need some additional licenses.
So, I'm sorry, why don't we just ask? Well, let's ask, we can put out a survey to the committees that are currently, you know, working and not having any public input or, you know, ability for public to view them. And if they say, yes, we'd like to do that, then we'll just get a license for that individual, you know, because not everybody may want to, but they have the option, is what you're saying now with these new rules. So,
Right.
yeah.
It won't be mandatory.
No, it's not mandatory, but
No.
if somebody says, hey, we wanna do it, then at least they can do it and then we can figure it out. So, I mean, if we need to figure out license costs, we can just push this back to next meeting. I don't know if they have to go hand in hand. I think we could probably change it. Or David, do we need to craft language to change it and then vote on it, or can we just amend it?
No, I think you need to amend the rules and indicate, if I'm understanding the council's intent, is you want live streaming will be available for the town council meetings, building, zoning, planning meetings, and other board or committees upon request,
Yeah, that works.
and then arrangements will be made.
Yeah, we can figure out the
So
logistics
I think
after.
that instead of it saying only, you remove the word only, right?
I think you can leave building, zoning, planning, and then say, like all other committees by request or something like that. That way, because I do think that there is value to having those groups live streamed. So I think we're just being
Right.
consistent. I
Maybe
think
just-
sometimes
maybe
it's
just add
happening,
a number
sometimes it's
6
not.
then.
Yeah, we're just at 6,
Add
all
that
other
number
committees.
6.
as
It's-
opposed-
Where it says all other boards and committees will be in person, you put it opposite, will it be upon request, just amend number 5.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
So we'll say, would strike the last word, no live streaming will be allowed. It'll say,
Upon request, yeah, I think that works. Yeah, that will work. Yeah, we'll just strike it.
that last sentence can get stricken, and instead of, being person only, you just say, maybe, live stream.
No, I think you need to retain that be in person only if they're doing any voting, right? So they have to, so.
I think state law, you have to be in person. Yeah, I think you have to be in person to vote on a board or committee or something like that. But I think you could leave it up to the committee if they wanted to take public comment or live stream as a general by request. That way, like, we can figure out how many licenses and stuff like that. And
Council should think about that. I think first thing, I think you're right, the last sentence should say live streaming will be allowed upon request. Get rid of the word no.
Yeah.
That takes care of live streaming. Public comment is a tricky thing. And be advised that if you're going to start, now you are going to need a clerk to manage that computer. And now you have to make sure, you got a couple problems here, right? If you're gonna say public comment's gonna be allowed, and all of a sudden you have technical problems, now you gotta stop the meeting, because people said, I would've been there if I knew, that's why you either gotta say, if you're gonna allow comments, that means you better be prepared to stop the meeting if the comments get disrupted by.
yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm fine with at least just to start with live streaming the meetings and people can drop in and stuff like that. And
And I would
then
then-
you can always revise this down the line if. it was
Yeah,
ever
just
need
before you
fulfilled.
get, you should think about not that I'm against it, if you wanna have public comment, even the council could do that, but just understand it adds another possibility that the meeting could get stopped because you told the public you'll accept public comment. And
Yeah,
I don't know if you say you accept public comment and you'll still go on anyway for technical problems, it probably legally sufficient, but I don't know if your constituency would be happy.
Yeah, let's just leave it as, we'll
So
strike it.
why don't
and
we
then
just
say
strike the
live
word
streaming as
no?
requested.
And just put live streaming will be allowed upon request?
On request from the board, not,
Right, upon
Yeah,
request from the board.
right.
And then the board can determine if they want to have
Right.
it. Yeah,
How about that?
yeah, that works.
That's good.
Upon request? And the request would obviously have to be to the council, because they're paying, or do you wanna, how do you wanna do that?
I think they can go through the administrator.
Just say,
Yeah.
how about we just say will be allowed? Just say will be allowed. It's not saying it will happen, it just say will be allowed.
Yeah, that works.
Live streaming will be allowed.
Yeah, that's-
And then if if we have enough licenses, we can just post the link, and then if someone wants to get on, they can.
So that's even better. Instead of upon request, just put live streaming will be allowed, and they'll decide.
So if I may, from a technological point of view, I'm a little behind the eight ball. What about Teams, Microsoft Teams?
Same thing. Teams works.
Do you have to have licenses for that?
Yes, but you usually have them through an office,
Yeah,
like the town probably gets them through their office package, because they probably have Office 365 or
We do have
through the
Office
vendor.
365. I don't think anyone at the town knows how to use it,
Oh.
if I'm being honest.
I
Because
use Teams and Zoom interchangeably all day.
I know Teams is on this laptop, and I know when other people invite me to Teams, I use it, but I don't know. I probably do have the ability to use it.
If you do a calendar invite in your mail, if you do a calendar invite, right below, there's a link, like every time you invite someone to a meeting, like even if it's internal, there's gonna be a link for them to join. Sorry, there's gonna be a link for them to join that meeting.
So we're gonna take an assumption here that if it's a board or a commission, then they are part of the town. They're an entity of the town.
Yeah, they could probably just host a Teams meeting.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
use Teams.
Yeah, so maybe we'll just do Zoom or Teams.
It says, there's a button at the top that says create, it says team meeting.
Yeah,
So I
should
think
work.
I think we can.
Yeah.
I think, I can tell you the DEM and DEP use it, so.
But also not every board member has an email address with the town.
No, so we'll just say live streaming by request.
And we'll
then we can
figure out
figure
how
out the
from there.
logistics from there.
Again, I think we're
We're going
confusing,
down a rabbit hole, yeah. So,
I think you're confusing the membership.
yeah,
The membership can't do this.
Right.
The membership have to be in the room.
yes, no, this is
Okay.
just like if they want to like put it up and they want to live stream it.
So
and the
why
board
wouldn't we
wants
just
to do
stick
it.
with Zoom?
Yeah, let's just do live streaming by request, and the logistics can be figured out.
They think it's cheaper with another video conference.
We don't have a clock in this place.
All right, we all set to move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right.
9:37.
Do we have to vote on anything for you?
Do we have to take a vote? Yeah, so it was just a vote to amend item 5 to say of the council rules regarding Zoom. All other boards, commissions, or committees will be in person only. Live streaming will be available. Keep it simple.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Oh. Yeah, just take out the no. Yeah.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on all current and future grant opportunities. Mr. Ogier.
Yeah, so I know in the last couple meetings, we've heard a lot about grant opportunities or potential grant opportunities, which is all fantastic news to the town. So I was just wondering if we could get like a spreadsheet that lists like what grants are potentially out there, what grants, the town may be looking to apply for, how much, what they're for, so that, we can, I'll work with the administrator to put it together, or Jerry Ann. I work in spreadsheets all day, Huh? Yeah, I do analytics, so financial modeling, all that stuff, so.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So,
No, that is,
so I guess maybe we could start with the ones that you said, we had 3 others that were applied for and that were successful, but you were reluctant to talk about them at the last meeting. So, we don't need them right now, but just get a list, right? And what has been committed in terms of funding, I believe also. I think I would like to see that. So if you put something in there that was $100 from your piggy bank, I'd like to see, so that it's,
I just think it's valuable information for the budget committee and for us to know as we're getting into that process, and so.
Yeah, but my hesitation is that some people start saying, when are you gonna get the money, when are you gonna
No,
get the
that I
money?
know.
That's the whole process behind this. But there you go. I can make copies for everybody.
The government. Don't hold your breath.
okay.
So could we do maybe a spreadsheet with developments, updates kind of?
Yeah, so it's $5,690,000 on those 4 grants.
Yeah, that'd be great, and then at least we can leave it as an item or stuff like that, and if there's no update, there's no update, or.
Get the money before the budget's approved, capital for the police department.
Fantastic, right, then they don't have to, So that's all.
Yeah, so I'll leave this with you until we get a, can you send them to us? Yeah.
blast it out to everybody.
Yeah,
That'd be
and I
great.
think that's good to have a regular update too. If you get one that has more information and it's, you know, you anticipate that we'll get something within a few weeks or whatever, you know. But I think more importantly, because we're entering budget time, is that to determine what's been committed or potentially committed toward those, you know, as a match or whatever, so that we know how to move forward.
Yeah, I think the one that I'm aware of having a match is St. Paul Street. Can you see it there, 1.175? So the ratepayers.
Can you put your thing?
You know what, I'd rather talk about it now.
All right, well, when you have a chance, I mean, this is a great start, but if we could have an update period, I think every meeting, we should have an update, even if it's just nothing. Yeah.
Easily done.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So, Council Ozier, I'm happy to have you on board.
You know, there's value to, well, there's value to it because we all have different expertise and stuff like that, and, you know, we're already volunteering our time, so.
Absolutely.
What'd you volunteer for?
Putting together the spreadsheet.
All right.
Oh, yes, what I volunteered.
I said, what'd you volunteer for?
He's not a grant writer.
Didn't we fund that last year?
We did, $20,000, which would go quickly if you stop the report and go to Sam.
All right, our next item is open forum for agenda items only. Anyone like to speak on agenda items?
Okay. Leanne Gillette again, 49 Orchard Street. I wasn't prepared to speak, but when I saw the Tech Realty on here, I'm just very concerned with this company. It is upstream from my house, and they have done a lot of shady dealings with the investigating and research that I have done regarding their company, and I don't know how this works, and I don't even know if you can answer me, but now that there's counsel involved for this litigation, I know it's because the zoning board voted them down from being able to expand to a new location. Can townspeople speak with this litigation, or can we be in touch with the attorneys to share research and things that we've uncovered? Or is it an offhand? I don't know the process, I don't know the procedure, so I was just...
First and foremost, the council can't really weigh in on this. This is
Because it's
obviously
open
only
forum.
on the agenda for the bill, the hiring the attorney, and the attorney only represents the town in the litigation. Anybody who has any other claim would have to file their
Our
own
own.
action.
Okay, and that's what I thought, and we were going that route, but I didn't know if we could piggyback,
Yeah.
that's all. Yes.
I wouldn't ask the council, I'm going to really strongly, we have a lot of litigation going on here, 2 lawsuits, and part of it is the fact that the council should not be having discussions about, especially about a case. I don't want you to start getting into it. That's my advice.
No problem, thank you. No, that's okay.
You know, I am here. This should show the dedication that I have committed to this town. As I've said, my son is 6th generation North Smithfield, so we're in this for the long haul here. But aside from that, I just, again, I know I brought this up previously at a town council meeting, but again, I'm going to highly recommend that the council look into looking to hire a owner's project manager for all of these projects that are going in with town, both with the police station, scouters. That will certainly relieve the burden of some of the administrative staff. I'm trying. I'm trying for you. I was up speaking with the planning department a couple of weeks ago, and they are just in over their heads with a lot of different applications that are coming in. So I think it would certainly behoove us to have an owner's project manager, but also relieve some of the burden of some of the other town's department staff here, because we don't want to, certainly, we have some great folks working, and we certainly don't want to overburden them to the point where they just burn out and leave, because I'm sure everybody has seen that happening in the past couple of years with various departments and fields. So I just want to make sure that I reiterate the need for an owner's project manager.
Ask a question. What's the, it's not my area, so what's the difference between an owner's project manager and a clerk of the works?
So a clerk of the works is typically hired to observe just construction on a day-by-day process. So, anyone from an architect's firm can be a part of, be that. Someone from the owner's project management firm can be on that. But it's day-to-day overseeing construction, making sure the contractor is doing what they need to do. That's typically the responsibility of the clerk of the works. Owner's project manager.
What is it? What would they do as opposed to?
They oversee the whole process. So they make sure that the architect stays to task, they make sure that the contractor stays to task, they overview contracts, RFPs, RFQs, make sure things are on budget, would probably have some expertise in however this federal grant is going to be dealt out, and just know the public bidding process. So it's someone that you can lean on to be your expert, to just for oversight and to protect the interests of the town. And typically, it's for projects over, I believe it's $3 million or $4 million in Massachusetts. It's required by law. So I'm always used to working with an owner's project manager, and it's always a very good relationship to have with the town, the architect, contractor, all the parties involved. It's always good just to have that be a point of contact.
Okay, thank you.
So that's it. That's it. I got nothing else tonight, so thank you.
Thank you. For executive session. Oh, sorry. I'd like to make a motion to amend executive session. Discussion by council vote or other action, Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, as sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. 1, potential litigation, and 2, I would like to add collective bargaining. That's a motion to amend.
I have a discussion point real quick, just about point of order stuff. So is this going to be more than 10 minutes, do you think? Should we extend the meeting? We should probably extend the meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like 10:15, 10:30, 10:15? We'll do 10:30, and then if we don't need it, we don't need it. So I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. All right, I made a motion to amend the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
And for the record, that amendment can only be for discussion only, so there'll be no voting on anything. It's just a matter of discussion,
Okay.
a collective bargaining item that came up.
Okay. So now make a motion to go into executive? Did we didn't go in yet. We just amended the agenda. Now do it. Okay. Make a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
What?
So moved.
Is there a second?
You did.
I thought we already did
Second.
this.
We did that. We did
No,
that.
we amended the agenda.
Oh.
I second.
It's getting late here.
You amended the agenda and then you
She read
extended
this.
the time.
She read the whole thing.
Yeah, we amended the
Okay.
agenda, extended the time, but then we didn't go into executive. So now
Gotcha, though.
a motion to
DJ
go into
Made
executive.
the motion.
I said so moved to make the motion.
Second?
Paulette seconded it
Okay.
as amended. What? Yeah. So now we're at a roll call.
Mr. Beauregard?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Session. We came out of executive session.
So moved. Second.
Aye.
Did you make a motion?
I said I made a motion to come out of executive session.
And you seconded? Okay, roll call, please.
Yes.
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 So I make a motion that we come, are we back online?
Yeah.
So I make a motion that we come back in the public session, and let the record reflect that there was one vote taken to an executive session and to seal the minutes.
One vote to just extend.
Oh, I can say, okay, a vote taken to extend the meeting and to seal the minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call?
Yes.
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 Motion to adjourn?
Aye.
All say aye.
Aye.